Chapter 1156. After temporarily finishing his cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao also walked out of the cave with his hands behind his back. Outside the cave, a beautiful woman was standing there. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her long skirt was dragging on the ground. She was as gentle as water. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, a hint of joy appeared on her snow-white jade face. She instantly arrived in front of Jun Xiaoyao. You came out of seclusion. This woman was naturally Luo Xiangling. Have you been waiting outside? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Luo Xiangling nodded slightly and said, and because I was afraid of disturbing you. Jun Xiaoyao was silent when he heard this. This woman, who followed him all the way from the foreign realm to the immortal domain, could be said to be perfect in all aspects. Her strength was astonishing, and her appearance was beautiful. However, there was a trace of purity and persistence that did not belong to humans in her personality. Moreover, since she had decided on Jun Xiaoyao, she would not change her mind. This made the current Jun Xiaoyao somewhat unsure of how to deal with it. This was the meaning of the saying, "If you don't marry, why flirt?" Right now, he had just promised the two beauties of the Jiang family to be engaged. It was really not good to deal with Luo Xiangling's matter. He could only drag it out like this. Xiangling, you came here for... The Void Sky world is about to open. That is an opportunity that Immortal Academy promised to give you, Luo Xiangling said. She was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would miss this great opportunity because of his seclusion. I understand, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was also very curious about what kind of great opportunity there was in that strange place that could only be entered with the primordial spirit. It was to the extent that even the Jun family would find it difficult to take out some of the opportunities there. If not for this opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao would not have bothered to come to Immortal Academy. Big brother Xiaoyao. In the distance, a clear voice like a silver bell sounded. It was Jiang Luoli. She also came out of seclusion and did not want to miss this opportunity in the Void Sky world. When she saw that Luo Xiangling was also there, Jiang Luoli restrained herself a little and nodded slightly. Greetings, Elder Luo. Luo Xiangling was a Boundary Emperor realm expert. Now he was even an honorary elder of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Jiang Luoli naturally did not dare to disrespect her. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jiang Luoli. This girl had been in seclusion for a period of time, so she seemed to have become even more lively. Her fair forehead was swirling with light of wisdom. His entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of halo, extremely holy and pure. She was simply a little fairy that had transcended the mortal world. Looks like you've gained quite a lot from this closed-door training, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile as he sensed the obscure aura of the world in Jiang Luoli's body. Jiang Luoli was a little proud, and her eyes curved into crescents. Of course, big brother Xiaoyao did his best to help me, so I can't be a useless person. If not for the help of the world tree, Jiang Luoli would have to wait for God knows how long to cultivate the origin spirit world in her body. Seeing Jiang Luoli's intimate attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling's eyes dimmed a little. Previously, she only knew about Jun Xiaoyao in the foreign realm. She did not know what Jun Xiaoyao had experienced before. Later on, she also asked around in the Immortal Academy. Only then did she know that Jun Xiaoyao had such a rich and colorful life in the immortal domain. There was even such an outstanding and exceptional beauty who was infatuated with him. In comparison, Luo Xiangling felt that she had nothing. She only gave Jun Xiaoyao some meager help in the foreign realm. For a moment, Luo Xiangling was silent. Jiang Luoli also reacted, her small eyes secretly giving Jun Xiaoyao a look. There was nothing she could do. Who told her man to be so outstanding? He could even kidnap a beautiful ant from the foreign realm to immortal domain. When he sensed the subtle awkwardness in the atmosphere, Jun Xiaoyao released a dry cough. He would rather face 100 ultimate disasters than face this type of Azura battlefield. Right at this time, bell sounds suddenly rang out. It's the heaven bell, Jiang Luoli said. It's about time to set out. This time, only the primordial spirit will enter the void sky realm, so there shouldn't be much danger. I'm leaving first. After Luo, Xiangling finished speaking. She turned around and left. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly and then said, "Let's go. Let's see what kind of pleasant surprises there are in the ultimate natural luck land Immortal Academy's great elder spoke of." Immortal Academy on a giant plaza floating in the void. Countless wind-breaking sounds rang out. Many figures descended here. However, compared to Immortal Academy's disciples, there weren't that many people who came. It was because this opportunity wasn't something just anyone had the qualifications to enter. Only the most outstanding heavenly talents had the qualifications to enter. That was why those who could enter the void sky realm were all the best of the best. Seeds among seeds. That was why even though there were many heavenly talents who came, however, only a small portion of them could actually go. Most of them came to watch the show and eat melons. In the void, an elder in hemp robes stood there. He was Immortal Academy's leader this time, Immortal Academy's third elder, Su Mo. Meanwhile, at this time, there were already a few heavenly talents who appeared. Ling Yan Gu Tizi, the reincarnated Buddhist child Di, Long Yao, Ji Qingyi, and the others. Even though they weren't the top seed level heavenly talents who broke through the earth later. However, they were the most outstanding heroes of the present age, all of them reaching the end of the ancient path. From a certain perspective, they could be considered the most powerful seeds of the present age. Immortal Academy also nurtured them with great care. When they first entered Immortal Academy, they all granted them astonishing natural luck. Only then could they catch up to those slumbering seed-level figures in terms of cultivation. Meanwhile, some observant people noticed it. Ling Yan and Gu Tizi were both Xian Ting's most outstanding heavenly talents of the present age. However, they stood on opposite sides of each other. Many people were inwardly shocked. Could this be the beginning of the struggle for power in Xian Ting? Third Elder Su Mo saw this scene and only watched from the sidelines. However, he secretly sighed in his heart. What a son of God of the Jun family. The great elder's words were indeed correct. In the future, Xian Ting might really fall into his hands. Of course, Su Mo only thought about it and wouldn't say it out loud. After all, the current Xian Ting was still the overlord on the surface. There was also a trump card that hadn't been revealed yet. It was that ancient young emperor. If there was any young existence in Xian Ting who was qualified to face Jun Xiaoyao head-on, it was probably only that ancient young emperor. Gu Tizi could only stand to the side now. As time passed, more and more heavenly talents came. Some of the Jun family's heavenly talents also showed up. Jun Lingsang and the others were also cultivating in Immortal Academy. There were also Jun Xiaoyao's followers, as well as some people around him, such as Yu Chanwan, Tying Jade Hair, Princess Longji, and the others. In fact, some people, such as Tying Jade Hair, were not qualified to enter the Void Sky Realm. However, as long as they were related to Jun Xiaoyao, even chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven, let alone a rabbit. Even the golden-winged rock, who had only followed Jun Xiaoyao for a short period of time, received preferential treatment from Immortal Academy. This made many heavenly talents jealous. If they had known this would happen, they would have shamelessly followed Jun Xiaoyao on Emperor Road and Ancient Road. However, it was useless now, not to mention followers. Even Jun Xiaoyao's maids and mounts were not ordinary people who could be Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Didn't they see that Jun Xiaoyao's mounts were all quasi-emperors? At this moment, two figures leisurely came from afar. They were Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. The place was instantly in an uproar. Chapter 1157. Everyone knew that. The opportunity in the Void Sky world this time was mostly because Immortal Academy wanted to rope in Jun Xiaoyao to compensate him. All of Immortal Academy's geniuses could be considered to have benefited from Jun Xiaoyao. Many of Immortal Academy's disciples revealed looks of reverence and gratitude. This was an instinctive worship of heroes. They already no longer treated Jun Xiaoyao as someone of the same age. They all treated him as a godlike existence. Of course, there were also some geniuses whose expressions were unnatural. There was no need to mention Gu Tizi. Long Yao was a bit guilty. After being beaten back to her original form by Jun Xiaoyao, she had always maintained her little lowly appearance. She no longer had the dignity of the dragon race's empress and overlord body. Now, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao, she felt like a mouse seeing a cat. She was extremely guilty, afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would notice her and settle the score with her. Apart from that, there was also Ji Qingyi. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao, she subconsciously raised her jade-like hand and touched her veiled face. In the desolate border, she had also fought with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had forced her to reveal her secret, which was the imprint of the immortal demon diagram. He had also left a mark on her beautiful face, created by the power of primal chaos. It was meant to give her a beating. At that time, Ji Qingyi was a bit confused and had some thoughts in her mind. Now, she understood that the foreign, chaotic physique was Jun Xiaoyao. This made Ji Qingyi's shame and resentment turn into complicated feelings. She was very scheming. Even the human immortal physique, Ji Daoyi, was killed by her. However, when facing this man, Ji Qingyi always felt that she was being restricted. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the distance. It was calm and carried a hint of mockery. As expected of the foreign war god who killed more than 10 seed-level geniuses. Now, he has become a great hero of the immortal realm. It really makes one sigh. Hearing this, the expressions of many geniuses changed. Who was it that dared to target Jun Xiaoyao like this? Many people looked over. In the distance, black flames swept out and a hazy figure vaguely appeared. This figure caused many people to be shocked. It's him, the son of the immortal ancient emperor, Huang Niedao. The black flames seemed to be able to burn down the sky. It was the immortal fire unique to the immortal Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan, like the Dragon clan, had a wide range of bloodlines. They were not limited to just one bloodline. Among the Dragon clan, there are supreme bloodlines like the ancient Void Dragon. The Phoenix clan naturally had them as well. The immortal Phoenix god was one of the best. It was one of the most ancient and powerful bloodlines of the Phoenix clan. There were very few people in this bloodline. Even in the demon Phoenix's ancient cave, it was rarely seen. The most famous supreme expert of the immortal divine Phoenix was naturally the immortal ancient emperor, who had once dominated the immortal domain. It was rumored that the immortal ancient emperor had once used the immortal flames to refine a great emperor into a pool of emperor's origin. Many people believed that the immortal ancient emperor's strength had surpassed that of ordinary great emperors and had entered a higher realm. At this moment, when they saw the black flames, they were shocked. Everyone knew who the newcomer was. The undying ancient emperor's son, the little ancestor of the demon Phoenix ancient cave, Huang Niedao. The black flames dissipated, revealing the figure within. It was a young man dressed in a black and gold robe. His face was incomparably handsome and indifferent. There were ancient runes flickering between his eyebrows. There was a pair of black and gold phoenix wings on his back, surrounded by wisps of black immortal flames. His aura was also incomparably powerful and unfathomable. It was far more pressuring than the ordinary seed-level prodigies. However, it made sense. After all, he was the immortal ancient emperor's son and had the most direct ancient emperor bloodline. It could be said that the immortal ancient emperor's bloodline talents were all concentrated in Huang Niedao, the little ancestor of the demon Phoenix ancient cave, Huang Niedao. Many prodigies fell silent. Huang Niedao, just from the name alone, one could tell that the immortal ancient emperor had high hopes for his son. Nirvana, Dao, longevity. This name was not something that ordinary people could bear. In addition, he was the immortal ancient emperor's son, so his seniority in the demon phoenix ancient cave was extremely high. Even some of the elders had to respectfully call him little ancestor when facing him. Previously, in the desolate border, the demon phoenix ancient cave's phoenix maiden that Jun Xiaoyao had killed could not be compared to Huang Nie Dao at all. One was an outstanding seed-level prodigy, while the other was a little ancestor-level existence. At this moment, Huang Nie Dao looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a calm expression. Right now, in the celestial realm, there were not many people who dared to face Jun Xiaoyao directly. Huang Nie Dao asked himself if he had the qualifications. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Huang Nie Dao indifferently. His aura was indeed stronger than that of the other far ancient imperial seeds. However, that was all. I haven't even investigated the Archean royalty's dealings with the foreign realm, and the dog that bites is already barking. Jun Xiaoyao's reply was sharp. He not only pointed out the Archean royalty's shady actions, but also scolded Huang Nie Dao. Huang Nie Dao narrowed his eyes. Black flames flashed in his eyes. You killed the demon phoenix ancient cave's phoenix maiden, which is a provocation to the demon phoenix ancient cave. Completely offending the Archean royalty won't do you any good. Not to mention that the Jun family is still suffering from the curse of calamity. In other words, the Jun family and Jun Xiaoyao no longer had the right to be arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to say anything else. At this moment, a crisp and childish voice rang out. That Birdman, what are you so arrogant for? Come at me if you dare. This voice came from Jun Xiaoyao, which shocked many people. Then they saw a purple gold, ant the size of a pinky, standing on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. It was the divine demonic ant, little E. Huang Nie Dao's eyes flashed coldly. Birdman, this was definitely an insult to the phoenix race. However, when he saw little divine demonic ant, Huang Nie Dao's eyes narrowed. He could sense the surging imperial bloodline in the little demonic ant. It was about the same level as him. The son of the divine demonic emperor, Huang Nie Dao said coldly. The divine demonic emperor's name wasn't any weaker than the immortal ancient emperor's. He'd participated in the War of the Two Worlds. In the end, he'd attracted the help of a calamity-level immortal and several immortal kings to kill him. In terms of status and bloodline, little divine demonic ant wasn't any weaker than Huang Nie Dao. And now, little divine demonic ant was practically Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Tisk TSK. That's also the son of the divine demonic emperor. His status isn't lower than Huang Nie Dao's. Many prodigies were watching the show. The divine demonic emperor is a hero of the immortal region. I won't argue with you because of him. Huang Nie Dao flung his sleeves and didn't say anything else. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to say anything else. Jiang Luoli shook her head and said sarcastically, "Aye, you make it sound so cool. I've finally seen what it means to be thick-skinned." Being mocked by a beauty was obviously a bit uncomfortable for a man. Huang Nie Dao only snorted coldly. At this moment, another indifferent voice resounded. Why do you all have to be so hostile? Allah said that the harmony of all creatures is the true faith. This voice was extremely aloof and ethereal. It even carried the sound of the 1,000-spirit sacrifice and Sanskrit chants. Hearing this voice, many people's eyes shook. Child of Truth from the Ancient Orchid Church. Chapter 1158. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There were auspicious clouds in the distance. A man in a holy priest robe stood among the clouds. He held a dazzling golden staff in his hand. His face was extremely holy and handsome. His body was enveloped in endless holy light and the light of faith. There was a dazzling golden halo of truth behind his head, emitting a strong power of faith. It was the child of truth of the Gulen sect. The Gulen sect was the same as the Western sect. They were both famous sects in the Nine Heavens immortal realm with countless believers. These sects were also the best at using the power of faith. At this moment, the seed of the Gulen sect, the child of truth, had appeared. No one knew what his real name was. Even the people of the Gulen sect only called him the child of truth. It was as if he was the embodiment of truth, representing the supreme nobility. The disaster of the foreign realm has just been quelled. I don't think we should have internal strife. Instead, we should seize this great opportunity to improve ourselves. The child of truth had a calm expression. He always had a holy and warm smile on his face. It made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. He did have a good reputation among the younger generation. He rarely fought with others. If he didn't attack the people of the Demon Phoenix ancient cave first, I wouldn't have bothered to cause trouble, Huang Yadao said coldly. The child of truth smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and sized him up before saying, as expected of the hero who saved the 9 heavens immortal realm. No wonder you are worshipped by all the creatures. Jun Xiaoyao also glanced at the child of truth expressionlessly. However, he secretly kept an eye on him in his heart. The child of truth had a calm smile on his face. He looked like a peacemaker who stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, Jun Xiaoyao could vaguely sense that the child of truth was sizing him up with a faint passion in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was able to guess the reason right away. The Dharma body of a god of faith. What was the Gulen sect best at? The cultivation of the power of faith. Jun Xiaoyao's Dharma body was undoubtedly the ultimate embodiment of the power of faith. By borrowing the power of the divine Dharma body, Jun Xiaoyao could even fight against the great dark hand behind the scenes of the other side, the ultimate disaster. Did the Gulen Holy Church covet the Dharma body of a god? Absolutely envious. Not to mention that the Jun family had a conflict with the Gulen Church before. The branch of the Gulen cult in the Huangtian mystic realm was destroyed by the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao himself had also killed a few prides of the sacred sect. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao would never believe that the Son of Truth was not hostile to him. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, what a smiling tiger. He has set his sights on my god spirit, doppelganger. The child of truth shouldn't be the only one who thought of this. Most likely, the upper echelons of the Gulen Church were thinking the same thing. If the Gulen Holy Church were to obtain the celestial body, wouldn't they be invincible? Compared to Huang Yadao's straightforward personality, he was much more direct. A smiling tiger like the Son of Truth was the one that needed to be wary of. However, you coveted my god of faith's Dharma body. I'm also curious about the cultivation method of faith of the Gulen Church. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but he had already begun to plot in his mind. If anyone dared to plot against him, he would plot back twice as hard. The Son of Truth's heart palpitated inexplicably. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao and found that there was no strange expression on his face. Could it be that he has sensed a trace of intention? The Son of Truth thought to himself. It could be said that this was a kind of invisible game. The atmosphere at the scene was a little tense. Another figure appeared in the distance. Could it be that another big shot has appeared? Many of the prides were already numb. The most powerful geniuses of all kinds had appeared. This time, it was not just 1 or 2 people who appeared. Instead, 6 or 7 figures appeared at the same time. They were all riding various kinds of beasts. They were all powerful beasts and mutants. It's the 18 horsemen of Yenyun. Could it be that the ancient young emperor has broken out of seclusion and appeared? When they saw the group of figures, the prides in the square were in an uproar. Now, who are the most eye-catching mysterious prodigies? Apart from the mysterious connate, chaotic body sealed in the door of chaos, it was the ancient young emperor of the Xianting. However, to everyone's disappointment, Li Qiye's expression changed. Some of the people from the 18 horsemen of Yenyun had come. The ancient young emperor did not come. These powerful horsemen had arrived. There were both men and women, and each of them had a powerful aura. Not to mention themselves, even the mounts they were riding were more powerful than many of the other prodigies. This was normal. They were people of the same era as the ancient young Emperor Dihaoyin. They were all the most outstanding talents of that era. Jun Xiaoyao had been able to kill Old 16 and the other two without much effort before. That was because they were facing Jun Xiaoyao. If it were any other seed-level prodigy, they would not be able to kill the people of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun so easily. Now, these 6 or 7 people had arrived with undisguised hostility. They could not take this lying down. As the ancient young emperor's followers, they had never been looked down upon like this before. Jun Xiaoyao, how are you going to settle the score with the 16 horsemen? One of the horsemen asked coldly. Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. He did not even look at them. He ignored them. Enough. That's enough. Third Elder, Su Mo frowned. Third Elder, this has nothing to do with you. We are the young emperor's followers. We need to seek justice, another horseman said. The third elder's face darkened slightly. It seemed that the ancient young emperor had given them too much confidence. They did not even take him, an elder of the Academy of Immortal Academy, seriously. The horsemen all looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao continued to treat them as air. It was as if he did not see them. This made it even harder for them to suppress the anger in their hearts. How dare you? You have no right to talk to the young master. Yu, one of Jun Xiaoyao's followers, stepped forward. That's right. You don't have the right to make the young master take you seriously. Wang Chuan also stepped forward. Goddess, Eternal Calamity, Yan Qingying, and the others also stepped forward. Princess Longji stood up as well. Although she was not Jun Xiaoyao's follower, she used to be his mount. Yu Chanwan, Tying Jade Hair, and the others also stepped forward. The horsemen's expressions changed slightly. The successor of the 9-fingered sacred dragon emperor, the successor of the Yi-clan, the sacred body of reincarnation, the sacred body of Tying, seeing the prodigies step forward one after another, even the 18 horsemen of Yenyun's expressions changed. All of those geniuses turned out to be Jun Xiaoyao's followers, and none of them were any weaker than them. Perhaps only the top few of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun could stand shoulder to shoulder with these prodigies. In addition, some of the Jun family's talents were also looking at them coldly. This made some of the members of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun feel that they were too impulsive. At this moment, the horsemen suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Whoosh! In the void, 2 beautiful figures appeared, bringing with them an unprecedented killing intent. They were Xianyu and Su Hongyi. One of them was the former immortal execution bandit, an elf in the dark. The other was the descendant of the Dark Sky clan, the successor of the Dark Sky god. They were the 2 sharpest blades among Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Whoosh! The 2 of them attacked immediately, wanting to kill the one who spoke rudely to Jun Xiaoyao. Xianyu held the sickle of the god of death in her hand, and with the heaven-devouring creation divine art from the hurricane lily's mother, she charged toward one of the horsemen. As for Su Hongyi, her blood-red eyes shone with killing intent. She held the Dark Sky mirror in her hand and used the unique sacrificial power of the Dark Sky clan. Boom! Puff! In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun, 13th and 15th, were killed. Chapter 1159. There was dead silence. No one expected the followers of Jun Xiaoyao to be so decisive in their killing. Most importantly, the ones who did it were 2 beautiful girls. This kind of contrast caused many people to be extremely stunned. One of them is the immortal bandit, and the other is the girl in red. She was brought here by the son of God of the Jun family. Both of them are so violent. Violent girls. I love them, but they are really brave. They even dared to kill the followers of the ancient young emperor. They will provoke a more serious conflict later. Many geniuses discussed and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. It would be fine if the 16th brother and the others died in the beginning. But now 2 more died. It was like slapping the ancient young emperor in the face again and again. No matter how calm a person was, they would not give up. However, to everyone's surprise, there was one thing that surprised them. Jun Xiaoyao was expressionless and cold. It was as if he did not feel anything about his followers killing people, nor did he intend to stop them. After killing the 2 knights, Xian Yu and Su Hongyi turned around again and were about to kill the other knights. "How dare you! How dare you!" Several knights shouted. While they were angry, they also felt a chill in their hearts. Why are all of Jun Xiaoyao's followers so freakishly powerful? They are practically the most powerful group of heroes of the era. They were not inferior to the big shots of the 18 horsemen of Yanyan. They began to regret being so impulsive. They did not want to seek justice without consulting the young emperor. At this moment, 2 more figures appeared in the void, a man and a woman. The man was riding a blood crow. He was muscular and had red hair. His muscles were covered with black and red demonic patterns. He grinned slightly, revealing teeth that looked like the teeth of a shark. It looked terrifying. He did not look like a human at all. He looked more like a demonic man. As for the other woman, she was riding a red-crowned crane. She was wearing a white dress and had an ethereal temperament. Her skin was snow white and her eyes were bright. Her appearance was also extremely beautiful, causing people to have a good impression of her at first glance. The appearance of these 2 left many people astonished. The difference in temperament was too great. It was simply a beauty and the beast. It's Old 4 and Old 5 of the 18 Horsemen of Yanyan, by Luo Xue and Red-Haired Ghost. On the Xian Ting's side, a prodigy who knew a little about the history of the Xian Ting exclaimed in surprise. The 18 steeds of Yanyan were the strongest of their generation. However, they also vaguely judged their strength based on their rankings. Among the 18 riders, they were ranked 4th and 5th, which was enough to show their skills. I heard that the red-haired ghost has the bloodline of the demon race and is known as the human demon. He once killed many people and was later subdued by the ancient young emperor. There's also that by Luo Xue. She's a goddess of a generation. Not only is she extremely powerful, she's also scheming. Because she admires that ancient young emperor, she willingly follows him. The 18 steeds of Yanyan were very famous during that era, so some records were left behind. At this moment, Bai Luo Xue and Red-Haired Ghost had appeared and blocked Xian Yu and Su Hongyi's attacks. The other knights also heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Yu and Su Hongyi retreated after their attacks failed. They stared coldly at Bai Luo Xue and the others. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Jun Xiaoyao and the ancient young emperor of Xian Ting could be said to be important figures, although the 2 of them hadn't clashed yet. However, the followers under his command were already facing each other. The remaining knights stood beside Bai Luo Xue and the others. On the other side, Yu, Wang Chuan, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and Yan Qingying also stood out. Even if it was a battle between followers, it was enough to attract attention. That was because they were all the most outstanding geniuses. Bai Luo Xue's beautiful eyes swept over and finally landed on Jun Xiaoyao. She had to admit that even Bai Luo Xue was stunned. This white-robed man was indeed very special. In terms of noble status and temperament, he wasn't inferior to her master at all. If Jun Xiaoyao had been born in the ancient young emperor's era, perhaps Bai Luo Xue wouldn't necessarily have sided with the ancient young emperor. But now an apologetic smile suddenly appeared on Bai Luo Xue's face. "Lord Son of God, please don't laugh at us. This is just an impulsive action. I hope you can forgive us, Son of God. After all, my master is looking forward to meeting Lord Son of God." Bai Luo Xue's words surprised many people. Was she taking the initiative to give in? But some people secretly nodded. No wonder she was the brains of the 18 horsemen of Yanyan. Bai Luo Xue was taking a step back in order to advance. She said that the ancient young emperor was looking forward to meeting Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, she didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to go too far. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they completely fell out. However, Bai Luoshue's face stiffened. Jun Xiaoyao still ignored her and ignored her. This made Bai Luoshue's face stiffen and awkward. After all, she was a heavenly lady and a follower of the young emperor. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even want to say a word to her. Humph, the red-haired ghost grinned. Sparks flew from his shark-like teeth. Compared to Bai Luoshue, he preferred to tear his enemies to shreds. All right, that's enough. It's about time. Let's get ready to go. Third Elder, Su Mo, snorted when he saw the situation. If he didn't intervene, he would have a headache when these followers started fighting. Everyone on the 18 horsemen of Yenyun's side didn't look good. 2 of their people had died, but Elder Suemo didn't say anything. Now he was trying to be the peacemaker. Please forgive us, Elder Suemo. We were too impulsive this time. Bai Luoshue's expression returned to normal. She looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about an ant like Bai Luoshue at all. In terms of scheming, even the shrewd Jiqing Yi could only be crushed by him. Bai Luoshue couldn't even compare to Jiqing Yi. However, Jun Xiaoyao was more and more interested in the ancient young emperor. To be able to take in such a group of passable subordinates, the ancient young emperor must have some skills. But this was more interesting. Jun Xiaoyao needed opponents. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to be invincible in the world. Sorry, young master. We were too impulsive. We just couldn't stand them yelling at young master. Su Hongyi and Xian Yu stepped forward and lowered their heads slightly. They looked like little girls who had done something wrong and were waiting to be scolded. After all, what they did could be said to have exacerbated the conflict between Jun Xiaoyao and that ancient young emperor. The young emperor wasn't a simple character. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and raised his hand to pat the 2 girls' heads. You were indeed wrong. The 2 girls lowered their heads even more. You were wrong. You shouldn't have apologized to me for such things. So what if I killed him? Even if the sky falls, I'm here. Are you afraid that you can't afford to offend me? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, but it made everyone fall silent. This was Jun Xiaoyao's domineering aura. So what if he was the ancient young emperor? If they offended him, so be it. Were they going to let their own people suffer? At this moment, Xian Yu, Su Hongyi, Jun Xiaoyao's followers, and many people around them felt a surge of emotions. Jun Xiaoyao was worth their lives. Chapter 1160. Jun Xiaoyao's words were an encouragement to the people around him. As for the 18 steeds of Yanyan, their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Bai Luoshue, who usually didn't show her emotions, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He even said that she was scheming. Jun Xiaoyao's few simple words were enough to win the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, Bai Luoshue felt that Jun Xiaoyao might not be just a monstrous talent and outstanding strength. His vision, structure, intelligence, and calculation were definitely far superior to hers. No wonder he can beat the heavens by half a step. Bai Luoshue sighed in her heart. She had long known about Jun Xiaoyao's game with the heavens. Now it seemed that he lived up to his reputation. After that, there were no more waves. The 18 steeds of Yanyan and the others didn't act presumptuously anymore. However, it was a pity that the ancient young emperor didn't appear. The void sky world was close to the border of the realm sea and was very far from the celestial realm. Fortunately, there was an ancient teleportation array in the Immortal Academy that could teleport them to an area close to the realm sea. Okay, it's about time. Let's go to the void sky world. Third Elder, Su Mo, waved his hand. Everyone directly entered the ancient teleportation array in the Immortal Academy. At this moment, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Void Sky World. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change much. The current check-in system was more like an auxiliary existence to him. It was better if it was. Even if it wasn't, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't decline because of it. His current confidence came from his own talent and strength, not the system. He had already established his power, and the check-in system was already icing on the cake. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was more than happy to accept the benefits for free. After everyone stepped into the teleportation array, heaven and earth instantly turned upside down. The surrounding space was distorted and strange. A feeling of time and space being separated appeared. After an instant, it also seemed like 1,000 years. Everyone arrived in a mysterious, starry sky. This was only a transit point, not the destination. After that, they spent a few days passing through several ancient teleportation formations. When the distorted space was restored, they finally arrived at the end. Looking around, everyone held their breaths. They felt as if they had arrived at the end of the universe. The starry sky was dry, the stars were dim, and the ancient stars were shattered. Everything seemed desolate and primitive. There were no living creatures here. It was deathly still. It's so heavy. I feel like I'm being pressed down by something. Some of the geniuses frowned, feeling uncomfortable. There was a faint pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Third Elder Su Emo stroked his beard and smiled faintly. You can't take it anymore. You have to understand that you all and Realm C are separated by a dam, moreover so far away. Hearing Elder Sumo's words, all the Sky Prides were stunned. Then they suddenly heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore. How is this possible? This is the edge of the universe. How can there be the sound of waves? All the geniuses were puzzled as they looked in the direction of the voice. They could vaguely see a huge shadow in the distance, as if they had arrived at the end of the world. What is that? Could it be the border? Many of the geniuses were horrified, incomparably shocked. Before this, the most majestic structure they had seen was none other than the border. That was a mortal domain's barrier, the first line of defense against the other side. It was simply like a wall that propped up heaven and earth. But now, everyone was indescribably shocked when they saw the huge barrier that stretched horizontally across the sky. That barrier was simply even more majestic than the border, moreover incomparably ancient. They couldn't see the end even if they looked up or down. When cultivators stood before that barrier, they were even more insignificant than ants. Of course, that isn't the border, but rather the dam. Outside the dam is the endless realm sea. Third Elder Su Emo said, his tone also carrying a sigh. What? The other side is the realm sea? Many of the geniuses sucked in a breath of air. They had heard of the realm sea since they were young. That was a place filled with endless dangers. Its origins also extremely mysterious. It could be said to be the ultimate forbidden land of the endless heavens. Even if it was a great emperor, when crossing the realm sea, they might encounter many dangers. There were all types of strange and inconceivable things. There were just too many. There were many mysteries that no one could unravel even now. Right when everyone was shocked, above the dam there was suddenly a wave that surged, striking the dam, releasing a sound that shook the universe. However, what left everyone feeling suffocated was that they saw that the so-called waves were actually ancient realms one after another. There were many small worlds, planes, and star domains that were rising and falling. They were shattering at every moment, recombining. How is this possible? Those waves are actually all spatial worlds. This toppled all of the heavenly geniuses' imaginations. Even if their backgrounds were all extremely great, all of their horizons extraordinary. However, when they saw the world's most mysterious forbidden land, they still felt like their horizons were shallow. This completely refreshed their worldview. At this time, within the waves, there was actually a giant human figure that appeared, the size of an ancient star. It released a world-shaking roar. From the looks of it, it should be trying to break free from the realm sea, climb up the dam. What kind of creature is that? Many heavenly geniuses were alarmed. That roar was simply about to shatter the heavens. Everyone felt that it was at least a quasi-emperor level, powerful being. However, immediately afterwards, the waves rushed over and many ancient worlds shattered. That giant humanoid creature directly disappeared within the waves. At this moment, everyone was deathly silent, witnessing the terror of the realm sea. A powerful being who was at least a quasi-emperor disappeared without a trace under a single wave, vanishing completely. How terrifying was this? Moreover, this was only the outermost region of the realm sea, the place close to the dam. Then what if it was deeper in the realm sea? What kind of great terror would there be? There are also creatures in the realm sea. Some heavenly geniuses couldn't help but ask. Of course, the realm sea is also formed by many worlds, and there are also some slightly stable worlds that can give birth to creatures. There will always be some supreme experts born in the thousands of worlds, Elder Zumo explained. The heavenly geniuses present felt their hearts rise and fall. They saw the mysterious side of this world with their own eyes again. Realm C, is one of Father's clones overseeing this place? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, also looking at the giant dam that was as tall as the sky. Jun Wuhui's one qi into 3 pure ones oversaw the 3 great forbidden lands. Perhaps at this moment, on the other side of the dam, Jun Wuhui's figure was there. Jun Xiaoyao had doubts in his heart. What was the reason for Jun Wuhui overseeing the realm sea? What was on the other side of the realm sea? Ding, congratulations to host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Endless Sea. Chapter 1161. The system's mechanical voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. The realm sea was definitely an important place to sign in. He was very curious about what kind of rewards he could get from signing in such an important place. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was just thinking about it. After all, even a Dharch would find it difficult to cross the realm sea. If there were no special opportunities, Jun Xiaoyao would have to at least reach the Boundary Emperor realm before he could start exploring the realm sea. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Previously, in the foreign domain, Zhu Yi of the Candle Dragon's lineage said that the Book of Time seemed to be in the realm sea. Collecting the 9 great heavenly books was something Jun Xiaoyao had been doing all along. He vaguely felt that the 9 great heavenly books might be related to a huge secret. He had already collected 5 of the 9 great heavenly books. The Book of Time was a heavenly book that described the Tao of Time. It was also very important to Jun Xiaoyao. It seems that whether it's to sign in or to find the Book of Time, I'll have to make a trip to the realm sea in the future, Jun Xiaoyao thought. But it was obviously impossible in a short period of time. All right, stop looking. That's not something you can consider now. Not to mention completely confirming your Tao. You have to at least reach the Boundary Emperor realm before you are qualified to set foot in the Dam world. Elder Zumo shook his head slightly. The curiosity of some of the geniuses present was piqued. Their eyes lit up, and they had another goal in their hearts. All right, we'll be there after walking for a while, Elder Zumo said as he walked in front. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Void Sky Realm. Looking around, it seemed like a withered universe riddled with holes. Dead stars were scattered all over like cold corpses. There were also all kinds of corroded ancient warships, shattered stars, and faintly discernible void cracks, and so on. There were also the remains of unknown ancient mutated beasts that were even larger than an ancient star, silently stagnating in the depths of the dark universe. Is this an ancient battlefield? One of the geniuses took a deep breath. That's right, the Void Sky Realm seems to be a place of space-time chaos created by the collision of 2 supreme powerhouses' divine wills. What kind of battle would that be? I really can't imagine. It could be said that this trip had broadened the horizons of all the Sky Prides. Is that the Void Sky World? Suddenly a paragon shouted. In the universe ahead, there was an area that looked like a giant egg. It was filled with a dense sense of space-time chaos. Various chaotic lights filled the air, and it was grotesque and variegated. It was like a place where space and time intersected. It was extremely chaotic. Elder Su Mo brought them to a remnant star not far from the void sky world. There were many ancient formations carved on the ruined stars, carved down by some of Immortal Academy's older generation experts. Sitting cross-legged on these ancient arrays, the power of his primordial spirit could be directly transmitted into the void sky world. As long as not all of his origin spirits entered the void sky world, there would be no danger to his life. This was also the safest method. After that, you can enter the void sky world as your primordial spirit through the formation here. But remember, first, don't let your entire origin spirit leave your body. There are many dangers in the void sky world. If your origin spirit is destroyed, you'll really die. Second, because of the void sky world's special rules, if your origin spirit is destroyed inside, you won't be able to enter again for a short period of time. That's why you have to cherish this opportunity. If you're destroyed without obtaining any treasures, then that would be too much of a pity. Third, there are many places of space-time chaos in the void sky world. There might even be some ancient heroic spirits, the imprints of supreme experts and other things. They are all extremely ancient and terrifying existences. There are also many void cracks that lead to unknown worlds. Don't be so curious, or else you'll be wasting this opportunity. Elder Su Mo spoke in great detail. However, in reality, almost all of this was directed at Jun Xiaoyao alone. After all, this time Immortal Academy opened the void sky world to rope in Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao came out without obtaining any benefits, then that wouldn't be too good. Many thanks for Elder's information. Jun Xiaoyao nodded indifferently. Forget about his origin spirit, which was the origin spirit of 3 worlds. He even had extremely powerful defensive methods. The ancient Chaos Talisman. That was the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's origin spirit talisman. Its defense was unparalleled. Then, the group of prodigies all sat cross-legged on the ancient formation. Resplendent light surged out from the ancient formation like a tide, drowning the group of prodigies. They immediately felt as if their origin spirits were about to ascend and break free. Everyone produced a part of their origin spirits. Jun Xiaoyao was the same. Space-time changed. When the scene before their eyes became clear again, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived at an extremely open place. This was like an ancient battlefield. The earth was shattered and mountains and rivers were sinking. Looking up, the sky was filled with the universe's starry sky that was full of cracks. It was like the wreckage after a great battle. Jun Xiaoyao's origin spirit was incomparably solid. It was almost no different from a body of flesh and blood. This meant that his origin spirit Tao was not inferior to his origin spirit Tao. It was also the best of his generation. There was no one around him. Obviously, all the prodigies were randomly teleported into the void sky world and would not land in the same place. This feeling. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He felt his blood boiling slightly. Although his physical body did not enter, that characteristic was still there. What was Jun Xiaoyao's original physique? The sacred body of the ancients. If it could make his blood boil, then it meant that could it be that there is something about the sacred body in this void sky world? Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious. He began to go deeper into the void sky world. As expected, the third elder's warning was not just empty words. Jun Xiaoyao had just gone deep when he encountered some resistance. Suddenly, a grotesque scene appeared in front of him. It was as if it was reflecting an ancient battlefield. Many fragments of battlefields were imprinted on the ground. This void sky world was a strange treasure land created by the collision of the supreme experts' divine minds. There were many imprints that belonged to that era left behind. What kind of battle is this? It feels like the end of the world. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and observed. At this moment in the scene, a flying serpent roared at Jun Xiaoyao's origin spirit, like a living creature. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. A bright divine chain of order slashed out and turned into a small golden sword. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. The primitive Emperor Dao sword directly killed the flying serpent. Is this the ancient heroic spirit that the third elder mentioned? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The void sky world was quite strange. In that great war, the auras of many creatures and supreme experts who participated in the battle were imprinted and reflected in the world. Swoosh! On the other side, there were also knights riding white horses, terrifying demonic apes, transcendent fairies, and other heroic spirits. It could be said that if one's origin spirit was not strong, one might be directly killed by these ancient heroic spirits and lose the opportunity. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the origin spirit of 3 lifetimes. His level had also reached the great perfection of the boundless realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the soul book. In terms of the path of the origin spirit and soul, he could be considered to have reached a certain extreme. Jun Xiaoyao directly used the power of his origin spirit to activate the devouring power and refine the only black hole. Those ancient heroic spirits were directly sucked in and refined into the purest source of soul power. The power of my origin spirit has actually improved a little. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. His origin spirit was at the great perfection of the boundless realm. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for him to improve, unless he directly broke through to the next realm. However, after devouring and refining these ancient heroic spirits, not only did his soul power improve a little, but it also became pure. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. These ancient heroic spirits might be the best nourishment to improve the level of his origin spirit. Chapter 1162. Jun Xiaoyao's perfected, boundless primordial spirit could be said to be far superior to his peers. In this void sky world that mainly used soul power, he was almost a giant existence. However, if Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit level could continue to increase and reach the eternal sand level, that would be even more terrifying. What was an eternal sand level primordial spirit? A single thought was as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River. Comprehending a cultivation method and divine ability was like billions of living beings comprehending at the same time. In addition, even if the primordial spirit was attacked, it could manifest thousands of times in an instant. Thoughts were like the sand of the Ganges River, endless. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to completely destroy an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. In other words, as long as Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit reached the eternal sand level, in the future, even if his physical body was destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, even if only a wisp was left, he could still recover. This was the power of an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao had been thinking about how to temper his primordial spirit. Now it was good. The void sky world was the best place to temper his primordial spirit. Next, Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't have any scruples. Above his head, the black hole was spinning like a black sun. This black hole was condensed from the law of devouring, the devouring god demonic technique, the devouring great divine art, the devouring great divine ability, and other devouring methods. It was also one of Jun Xiaoyao's major trump cards, a great killing move. Those ancient heroic spirits, the imprints of experts, and so on that charged over. They were almost unable to resist the devouring and refining of the black hole. Pure soul power poured into Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, as if he was enlightened. Jun Xiaoyao strolled leisurely and went deeper. As for the other Immortal Academy disciples, they were not as calm as Jun Xiaoyao. Many Immortal Academy disciples were killed by the ancient heroic spirits. In the end, they had no choice but to lose their chance. Somewhere in the void sky world, a figure was carefully exploring. It was one of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. They had also entered the void sky world. Humph! Jun Xiaoyao and his followers, when the young emperor appears, I wonder if you can still be so arrogant. This knight's eyes were cold. At this moment, his hair suddenly stood on end. Whoosh! A beautiful figure in a red dress rose up directly. A huge 8-armed demonic god appeared behind him, looking extremely terrifying. It also looked like the angry face of Buddha. It was surprisingly the foreign black heaven bloodlines, Mo Hei Tian. Pucci. He had no chance to fight back at all. The primordial spirit of the night was directly destroyed. It was Su Hongyi, of course. You won't get any opportunities in the void sky world. Su Hongyi's blood-red eyes were extremely cold. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's followers were completely at odds with the 18 steeds of Yanyan. This was a battle between followers. At the same time, in other places, Jun Xiaoyao's followers, such as Wang Chuan and Yu, were also fighting with the other members of the 18 steeds of Yanyan. In another realm, Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost appeared. After they entered the void sky world, they quickly met up. Bai Luoxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered. It seems like the followers of the Jun family Son of God are going to compete with the 18 steeds of Yanyan. The red-haired ghost grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp scarlet teeth. This is interesting. I haven't killed for a long time. Bai Luoxue sighed slightly and said, Young king, you won't miss it, right? You mean? The red-haired ghost's eyes narrowed. He was extremely murderous and unrestrained. Only Di Haotian, the young emperor of ancient times, had a kind of reverence. He would never forget that godlike figure who had subdued him with a single palm strike. Yes, young king will probably come to the void sky world, Bai Luoxue said, her beautiful eyes also shining. Haha, that's even better. There's not much time left for Jun Xiaoyao and the others to be arrogant. The red-haired ghost grinned. As time went by, some Immortal Academy disciples also began to gradually enter the void sky world. The entire void sky world was extremely large, like a vast continent. However, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Jun Xiaoyao went all the way, devouring and refining endless ancient heroic spirits. His goal was to go to the deepest part of the void sky world. This was because he still had the system's mission. As he devoured more and more heroic spirits, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that his primordial spirit was growing stronger bit by bit. At this moment, powerful soul power fluctuations appeared in front of him. Some powerful strange beasts appeared. There was a snake, coiled like a mountain, with one head and 2 bodies. That was the ancient strange beast, Fei. There was also a strange beast, shaped like a red leopard, with 5 tails and 1 horn. That was the strange beast, Ho. What kind of war was it? Even these ancient strange beasts were dragged to the battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao was even more puzzled. The war recorded in the void sky world should be the most vast war in ancient times. For example, the Jun family's War of the Immortals also used some more beasts like Zhuyan. When Jun Xiaoyao entered the void sky world, he faintly sensed his bloodline. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that the war recorded in the void sky world should be an extremely important war. Moreover, this war seemed to have been deliberately erased and not recorded in history. If I want to understand the situation, I still need to go into the depths of the void sky world and find the thing that caused my bloodline to sense it. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed that he was thinking. Just as he was about to use the only black hole to refine the Fei, Ho, and other strange beasts' heroic spirits, suddenly, on the other side, a vast holy light of truth surged and directly enveloped those strange beasts' heroic spirits. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the person who came. He was wearing a pure white priest robe and had a sacred and handsome face. There was a truth divine halo behind his head that emitted the light of faith. It was the Son of Truth of the Gulan Church. He also saw Jun Xiaoyao and smiled slightly. Brother Jun, what a coincidence. The Son of Truth had a transcendent, and peaceful temperament. That faint smile was like a spring breeze, and people would subconsciously have a good impression of him. However, it was also because he was a missionary. How could he not make people have a good impression of him? Are we familiar with each other? Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. The Son of Truth wanted to play tricks with him? He was too inexperienced. The Son of Truth didn't mind Jun Xiaoyao's attitude and still smiled indifferently. Brother Jun, there was indeed some misunderstanding between our two forces before, but that's all in the past. The great God has said that we can't change the past, but we can create the future. Oh, so. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyelids and glanced at the Son of Truth. He didn't take him seriously when he kept calling him the true Lord. The so-called true Lord of Gulen was like the one-armed Nether King of the Nether King bloodline. Although he had already become a mythical existence, he was only an extremely powerful person. Could he be called a god? As someone who had faced the ultimate calamity, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too interested in this kind of god. I think that our two forces can turn hostility into friendship. If Brother Jun is interested, you can even join our church, the Son of Truth said. That came as a bit of a surprise to him. Why? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The Son of Truth smiled and said, Brother Jun is now a great hero who saved the celestial realm. You are also worshipped by all living beings and have a huge amount of faith power. It would be a pity if such a huge amount of faith power was wasted. It just so happens that our Gulen Church has a method to cultivate the power of faith. In fact, my primordial spirit is the same. The Son of Truth said as the light of faith bloomed from his body. His primordial spirit wasn't an ordinary primordial spirit. It was an extremely special and rare faith primordial spirit. Chapter 1163. Most cultivators' primordial spirits were ordinary primordial spirits. However, there were also a few monsters' primordial spirits that were special. The so-called special primordial spirits were similar to special constitutions. They were both extremely rare and rare existences. For example, some people were born with lightning primordial spirits. Even when transcending tribulations, their primordial spirits were not afraid of being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. They could even absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. Another example was the Western Paradise sect. They were most famous for their reincarnated primordial spirits. Primordial spirits had the special ability to reincarnate. For example, the reincarnated Buddha Di was rumored to be the reincarnation of a Buddhist almighty. Jun Xiaoyao's 3 primordial spirits were the rarest and most powerful special primordial spirits. He could split his thoughts into 3 and manifest the past, present, and future primordial spirits. In the future, if the 3 primordial spirits fused into one, it would produce a qualitative transformation. Right now, the faith primordial spirit that the Son of Truth displayed was also a special primordial spirit. This primordial spirit was nourished by the power of faith. As long as the faith was endless, it would be difficult for the primordial spirit to be destroyed. This was also the reason why the Son of Truth was so confident in facing Jun Xiaoyao. In terms of primordial spirits, it was difficult for anyone to suppress him. An imperishable sect, like the Gulen sect, was originally good at controlling the power of faith and souls. How about it, Brother Jun? As long as you join my sect, I can directly teach you the immortal sutra of faith, the Son of Truth said with a smile. Is it that good? I don't have to pay any price. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. However, his smile was a little indifferent. If the Gulen Holy Church were to let bygones be bygones and be considerate of him, he would feel uncomfortable instead. But unfortunately, it was just a case of a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. It seemed that the Gulen sect was not only coveting his god's Dharma body. In fact, they were even a little jealous that he could receive the worship and faith of all living beings. Jun Xiaoyao had no doubt that if he really joined the Gulen sect, He was afraid that the Gulen sect would directly squeeze the power of faith dry. Brother June, you must be joking. How could we let you pay the price? The Son of Truth said with a faint smile. No matter what the situation was, at least for now, the Child of Truth wouldn't say anything bad. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. Is that so? I thought your Gulen church was very interested in my belief God's Dharma body. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the Son of Truth. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the godly spiritual Dharma body. Although it required a massive amount of faith as fuel, its power was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to face the ultimate calamity head-on. The Archean royalty was interested in Jun Xiaoyao's 3-world coffin and black blood. On the other hand, the Gulen church was eyeing Jun Xiaoyao's godly spirit Dharma body. Hee, Brother Jun really likes to joke around. As the son of God of the Jun family, there are not many people in the celestial realm who would dare to provoke you, the Son of Truth said. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. It's a pity that I, Jun Xiaoyao, don't believe in heaven, earth, deities and Buddhas, let alone God. I am my own God. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent. If he had to find an existence to believe in, then Jun Xiaoyao could only believe in himself. The Son of Truth's pupils shrank. Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples. However, before the Son of Truth could say anything, Jun Xiaoyao then continued, however, if we were to work together, there is one more possibility. Oh, Brother Jun, please say it. The Son of Truth's eyes lit up. As long as he could cooperate with Jun Xiaoyao, then in the future he could slowly explore the mystery of the godly spiritual Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao then said plainly, you people of the Gulen cult are free to cast aside that so-called true Lord and worship me instead. I, Jun Xiaoyao, can become your new god and lead you to the light. Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was as if there were 100,000 thunderbolts in the Son of Truth's mind. His expression changed in an instant. The smile on his face stiffened, and he could no longer pretend. For these imperishable sects, faith was something absolutely unshakable. Jun Xiaoyao's words were simply blasphemy against their God. This was an absolutely unforgivable sin. Jun Xiaoyao, it seems that you don't have the sincerity to cooperate with the Gulen church. The Son of Truth's face turned completely cold. At this moment, he completely understood. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao had seen through his intentions from the beginning. He was just teasing him as if he was teasing a fool. This made the warm smile on the Son of Truth's face completely disappear, and there was a coldness as cold as ice. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and continued, Cooperation? Is the Gulen church worthy of it? The only way for you to survive now is to submit to the imperial court. In this way, I can forgive you for coveting my godly spiritual Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao, don't think that you are the only one in this world. The Son of Truth said coldly, and the golden divine ring of truth behind his head bloomed with endless light. At this point, there was no need for him to pretend anymore, since they were destined to be on the opposite side. What he needed to do now was to expel Jun Xiaoyao from the Void Sky World, so that he could not obtain the opportunities in the Void Sky World. If he were to fight with Jun Xiaoyao face to face, the Son of Truth would definitely be extremely cautious, and he was not too confident. But now, both of them were in the state of primordial spirits. The Son of Truth was a special primordial spirit of faith and was very difficult to destroy. That was why he was so confident. The true Lord has said that those who have done wrong must be punished. The Son of Truth's body surged with the light of faith like a golden sun. The sound of countless people praying and worshiping could be heard. Under this light, Jun Xiaoyao even felt that there were endless voices ringing in his ears. They wanted him to submit to the great, true Lord of Gulen. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao's face was cold. In the future, he would also have a religion that believed in him, the Church of Destiny. His goal was to let the Church of Destiny surpass the Gulen Church, the Western sect, and other top sections. So now, how could he believe in the true Lord of Gulen? A divine chain of orders shot out from between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, turning into a small golden sword with a sharp power that could cut the heavens and the earth. The primitive emperor Dao sword. Seeing this, the Son of Truth muttered something in his mouth. One by one, strange golden words were spat out from his mouth, floating in the void. Those were the special sacrificial words of the Gulen Church. Rumor had it that they were created by the mysterious true Lord of Gulen and had a special mystic power. Many strange words formed chains and collided with the primitive Emperor Dao sword, bursting out waves. Supreme Mantra. The Son of Truth was incomparably transcendent and sacred as he silently chanted the mantra of the Gulen Church. Many golden words turned into chains of order and rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. This kind of powerful mantra could imprison one's soul. The control of primordial spirits and souls was what these religions were best at. As for Jun Xiaoyao, his expression was indifferent as he summoned his primordial spirit. An incomparably magnificent Mahavarakana Dharma form appeared, like a golden mountain, suppressing the world. That's the primordial spirit technique of the Western sect. The Son of Truth said in surprise. Chapter 1164. The Son of Truth was really a little surprised. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be able to use the primordial spirit technique of the Western sect. Among the great sects, there were only a few that could compete with the Gulen sect for believers. The Western sect was one of them. Their foundation was too deep, and they had endless believers from ancient times to the present. Even the Gulen sect couldn't suppress the Western sect. And these two sects often had conflicts because of competing for believers. No wonder Jun Xiaoyao is unwilling to submit to the embrace of Allah. It turns out that you actually believe in the Western sect, the Son of Truth said coldly. For these sections, believing in heresy was heresy. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and said, "What do you mean by belief? These techniques are for me to use. I am the only master." What Jun Xiaoyao hated the most were those who nagged about things like that. It was better to believe in himself than anything else, as long as he had enough strength. What was a god? Rumble. The Mahavarakana Dharma idol seemed to be able to suppress the 3,000 boundless worlds as it pressed down on the Son of Truth. Those supreme incantation chains were shattered by the tremors. Seeing this, the Son of Truth's expression changed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too strong. Did all of your primordial spirit come in? The Son of Truth asked in surprise. Your imagination is too poor. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao continued to urge his vast primordial spirit power. Endless, boundless, lifeless, boundless perfection. The Son of Truth's pupils shook. This kind of vigorous primordial spirit power was definitely the power of the boundless perfection. It was only a little bit away from the legendary supreme eternal sand level. How is this possible? Jun Xiaoyao is only a supreme. How can he have such a strong primordial spirit power? And isn't he mainly cultivating the physical body? How can his primordial spirit be cultivated to such a level? The Son of Truth's worldview was refreshed. It turned out that there was really someone who could cultivate both the physical body and primordial spirit to the extreme. The Son of Truth's face darkened as he continued to use his ultimate skill. He threw out a punch, and the surging power of faith surged. The Truth Divine ring behind his head was spinning, releasing a bright light of truth. Universal Truth Fist. This was one of the great techniques of the Gulen sect. When he punched out, it was as if he could make others understand what the true truth was. Of course, this was a physical truth. Dong! The universal truth divine fist landed on the Mahavarakana Dharma form, giving off a majestic sound like the morning bell and evening drum. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao cast the primordial spirit reincarnation technique. It was the samsara tribulation. In an instant, the will of the Son of Truth seemed to have fallen into some kind of vortex. That was a cycle of reincarnation after reincarnation, and it was enough to make anyone go crazy. However, the Son of Truth was, after all, the strongest sky pride of the ancient Orchid sect. No calamity can shake my faith in Allah. The Child of Truth silently chanted the mantra of the ancient Orchid sect to get rid of his delusions. Soon he regained his composure. However, Jun Xiaoyao used the future primordial spirit Dharma formulation again. Pramitha Soul Bridge. This was the technique that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained from the mother of the red spider lilies. Scarlet red spider lilies danced in the sky, and a bridge appeared from within. That bridge seemed to be able to lead all the spirits in the world to the end of the Pramitha. What technique is that? The Child of Truth was truly shocked. How could Jun Xiaoyao have so many primordial spirit Dharma formulae, and they were all so fierce? The Pramitha, soul bridge, crushed down. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was at the peak of the boundless realm. Even someone as strong as the Child of Truth felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to resist. His body was involuntarily pulled by the Pramitha soul bridge, and he wanted to walk to the other end of the bridge and reach the other side. It had to be said that the Pramitha clan's Dharma formulae were indeed terrifying. The Child of Truth's body was instantly torn apart. Of course, this was only a portion of his primordial spirit. It wouldn't cause too much of an impact on the Child of Truth's main body. However, the opportunity in the void sky realm might not be fated with him. No, impossible! The Child of Truth shouted. His originally broken body began to be enveloped by the light of endless faith. His primordial spirit wasn't an ordinary primordial spirit, but a rare faith primordial spirit. As long as the power of faith was endless, it could provide his primordial spirit with endless energy. The truth divine ring behind the Child of Truths had bloomed with endless divine light. His broken primordial spirit body actually began to heal and repair. He wasn't willing to be excluded from the void sky realm just like that. He still wanted to obtain the opportunities inside. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. As long as faith is endless, the primordial spirit will not be destroyed. This is the power of the faith primordial spirit. The Child of Truth regained his confidence. He was incomparably transcendent, and his entire body was bathed in the light of faith. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think much of it. Is that so? He tilted his head slightly. Since that was the case, he would just refine it completely. Jun Xiaoyao activated the law of devouring, the devouring God demonic technique, the devouring heaven creation divine technique, the devouring great divine ability and other abilities. In the end, they fused into a black hole. That black hole was incomparably deep, as if it could refine everything in the universe. A violent suction force surged out, directly pulling the Child of Truth's primordial spirit into it. This is the Child of Truth's originally confident expression changed again. Jun Xiaoyao's endless methods really made him speechless. The Child of Truth's entire body was burning with the light of faith. He used the supreme mantra, the Truth Divine Fist, and other powerful moves, wanting to destroy the only black hole. However, the only black hole devoured everything. Even the moves that the Child of Truth used were swallowed by it, unable to cause a single splash. In the end, the Child of Truth's entire body was sucked into the only black hole. No matter how strange the faith primordial spirit was, it was impossible to recover, because all of it was devoured. Jun Xiaoyao immediately felt as if a massive surge of soul power was being refined by him. At the same time, there was also a lot of faith power and essence that he comprehended. Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization right away. After refining part of the Child of Truth's faith primordial spirit, Jun Xiaoyao had a lot of insights. Maybe I can condense the law of faith. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. He had gathered the faith of all living beings, and he also had the god's Dharma body. Now he had refined part of the child of truth's primordial spirit. This caused him to have an extremely deep understanding of the power of faith. Jun Xiaoyao could use this to condense the law of faith. This was simply a pleasant surprise for Jun Xiaoyao. Not bad. These newly born geniuses are indeed plump and delicious leeks. They have brought me so many benefits. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. While comprehending the essence of faith, he continued to go deeper. Outside the void sky world on the broken star, many geniuses had already woken up. They all had helpless looks on their faces. They were destroyed not long after entering the void sky world. They didn't get any opportunities at all. At this moment, the child of truth, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient formation, suddenly trembled and woke up. His face was as gloomy as water. The surrounding geniuses looked over, and they were all stunned. What? The child of truth actually woke up? So he failed. Impossible. How could he fail so easily? The surrounding people found it inconceivable. The child of truth was not on the same level as Jun Xiaoyao, the ancient young emperor, the Khanate chaotic body, and other geniuses. However, he was also one of the top geniuses, similar to Huang Niedao, Little Stone Emperor, and other geniuses. But now he had failed so early, and it seemed that he didn't get any great opportunities. Even third elder Su Mo was a little surprised. However, after thinking for a while, his old eyes narrowed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, feeling the surprised gazes around him. The child of truth's expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with extreme coldness. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the ancient formation. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao make it impossible for him to get any opportunities in the void sky world, he even devoured and refined part of his primordial spirit. This was absolutely unforgivable. If it weren't for the fact that third elder Su Mo was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and directly attack Jun Xiaoyao's main body, so that he wouldn't be able to get any opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll remember this. The Gulin sect must get your god's Dharma body and faith. Chapter 1165. In the depths of the void sky realm, after Jun Xiaoyao dealt with the Son of Truth, he continued to move forward with his hands behind his back. To him, the Son of Truth was just a small character. He was just a little bit, but half a bucket of water jingled and couldn't make any waves. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't plan to directly settle the score with the Son of Truth after he went out. He wanted the Son of Truth to grow like a leek. It was best to wait until his primordial spirit of faith completely sublimated and transformed. Then he would directly refine it. It would definitely be a great tonic that could become the nourishment for Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives. It's not that I want to swing the sickle, but you guys insisted on hitting me. Although Jun Xiaoyao controlled the only black hole, he wouldn't go around refining other geniuses. That was the method of a demon. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind becoming a demon, but he still needed the title of a hero to collect the faith of all living beings. He could only blame the Son of Truth for hitting the muzzle of his gun. Then he could only start harvesting leeks. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had an inexplicable feeling. His reincarnation law was trembling slightly. Could it be that a top-grade supreme treasure has appeared? It seems that the great elder didn't lie to me. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. The great elder of Immortal Academy had once told Jun Xiaoyao that there were some opportunities in the void sky realm that even the Jun family would find difficult to take out. And now, Jun Xiaoyao sensed that a supreme treasure of this level seemed to have appeared. Is it related to reincarnation? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. He also had a deep relationship with the power of reincarnation. The second ability of the Supreme Bone was the reincarnation Nirvana light, the fist technique that had always accompanied him. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was also a reincarnation attribute, supreme cultivation technique. The mother of the spider lilies also gave him the Permitha reincarnation immortal art. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao's research on the power of reincarnation was quite deep, and he even condensed the law of reincarnation. Most importantly, the power of reincarnation was of great help to Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. If Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe began to construct reincarnation, only then could the entire inner universe have the foundation of all life and death. Interesting. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. Jun Xiaoyao followed his instincts and went deeper into the place with a hint of curiosity. It didn't take long for a thick fog to appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao, making his vision hazy. Soul-dispersing fog. Jun Xiaoyao saw through it at a glance. If a person with a weak essence soul stepped into the soul-dispersing fog, their essence soul would dissipate in 3 steps. Coincidentally, the spirit-dispersing fog blocked Jun Xiaoyao's path. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. Then, without dodging, he stepped into the spirit-dispersing fog. He was actually using his origin spirit to resist the corrosion of the soul-dispersing mist. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. This was too shocking. The soul-dispersing mist, which would have dissipated upon contact with ordinary primordial spirits, was used by Jun Xiaoyao as a means of tempering his primordial spirit. When I was young, my primordial spirit was tempered by the primal chaos divine grindstone visualization method countless times. This soul-dispersing fog is just SOO. Although Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit body emitted sizzling sounds, he seemed to be used to it and didn't feel anything. However, Jun Xiaoyao could also feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be purified in this soul-dispersing fog, becoming more solid. Just as Jun Xiaoyao entered the soul-dispersing fog area in another mysterious place in the void sky world, there were many large cracks in the dark void. The void sky world was a place of chaotic space-time to begin with. Elder Suemo had also warned that there might be many space-time cracks that might even lead to unknown worlds, so these Immortal Academy disciples shouldn't be so curious. This place was clearly a void passage in the void sky world that Immortal Academy didn't know about. At this moment, in the grotesque and variegated passage, suddenly a few figures appeared. They were also in the primordial spirit state and didn't descend in their true bodies. Their bodies were covered in a layer of pale green light, appearing incomparably transcendent. It was as if they were separated from the world of mortals, their temperaments ethereal and otherworldly. Green was a noble color, because it was the color of the sky. It represented the heavens. At this moment, these figures were conversing. That divine item of heaven and earth should be about to mature, right? It should be. Otherwise, Heavenly Cycle Dowsy wouldn't have asked us to come and pick it. The void sky world is indeed a place of history. The great battle back then, TSK, my clan's watchers still recorded it in the history books. It hasn't been spread out yet. Sure, don't talk about that kind of thing. Let's get down to business. Right, it seems that some disciples of the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy have also entered the void sky world. Don't be disturbed by them. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of ants. Don't worry about them. But there are a few that are stronger, such as the one from the ancient Orchid sect, the son of the undying ancient emperor, the genius of the Xianting, and the one from the Jun family. When the Jun family was mentioned, the mysterious figures paused for a moment. Jun Xiaoyao had done something that made them a little unhappy. He had toyed with the heavens. It's just a moment of glory. That's true. Our clan controls the epic and stands above all living things. Noble green blood flows in our bodies. The Xianting, the underworld, the Jun family, and the imperial family are just the strongest above the surface. If it weren't for the fact that our clan doesn't want to float above the surface, how could they have the qualifications to call themselves kings? These mysterious figures, as they conversed, revealed an innate sense of superiority. Everything, including the human race, was as small and insignificant as ants in their words, not worthy of their attention. The Immortal Academy naturally didn't know the situation here. The void sky world was chaotic to begin with, and it was constantly changing. There were actually many passages like this. In the depths of the void sky world, in an area with a strange aura. In the void here, all kinds of brilliance surged, and there was also an indescribable, vast reincarnation aura. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that there was definitely a great opportunity here. Many disciples of the Immortal Academy were attracted over. Of course, it wasn't that easy for them to go deeper. After all, they were not the only ones who were attracted over. In the void sky world, some ancient heroic spirits and the imprints of the strongest experts were attracted by their instincts and gathered over crazily. What's going on? Why do these ancient heroic spirits feel like they have gone crazy? Many disciples of the Immortal Academy were confused. Reincarnation, it's the power of reincarnation. These ancient heroic spirits want to use the power of reincarnation to achieve reincarnation and transcend. A prodigy yelled. They were also attracted by the vast power of reincarnation. The scene was a little chaotic. The disciples of the Immortal Academy and the ancient heroic spirits and the imprints of the strongest experts fought fiercely. Those who were able to join the Immortal Academy were obviously the most outstanding talents of the 9 heavens immortal realm. Every one of them was quite strong. Of course, there were also some extremely strong existences among the ancient heroic spirits. Both sides were injured in an instant. Damn it, are you bullying me because my primordial spirit isn't strong enough? Among the disciples of the Immortal Academy, a crisp and tender voice cursed with a hint of childishness. It was the little divine demonic ant little E. The divine demonic ant clan had overwhelming vitality, unparalleled physical strength, and unparalleled divine power. It was one of the few bloodlines that could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. However, there were always gains and losses. Not everyone could be like Jun Xiaoyao, whose physical body and primordial spirit had reached the peak. The divine demonic ant clan had relatively weak primordial spirits. Of course, that was only in comparison to their physical bodies. Their primordial spirits weren't that strong. Therefore, little E had a hard time entering the void sky world. He couldn't use his physical body, which he was best at. He could only resist with the power of his primordial spirit. Hey, you loach, let's see how I'll subdue you. The little divine demonic ant saw an ancient heroic spirit. It was a powerful viper. The little divine demonic ant was full of fighting spirit. The divine demonic ant clan had once competed with the dragon clan for the title of the strongest. At that moment, a 6-colored brilliance suddenly appeared in the deepest part of the area. The chanting of the great Tao sounded. A 6-colored flower appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 6-colored flower was the size of a basin. Each petal seemed to be holding up a world. Heaven, man, Azura, hell, beast, evil spirit. 6 paths of reincarnation. Could that be the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Chapter 1166. It was a 6-colored flower the size of a basin. It didn't look big, but it seemed to contain 6 worlds. There was ethereal immortal energy swirling around it, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. True dragons, Chilins, divine phoenixes, mountains, rivers, seas, suns, moons, stars, and all living beings. Nothing seemed to be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation between the 6 petals. Everyone was shocked to see that there were grain-like jade ribbons floating and spinning between the 6 petals. Upon closer inspection, it looked like countless spirits were reincarnating between the 6 petals. Was this really a reincarnation cycle? Many Immortal Academy disciples were shocked. Some prodigies even cried out. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. It was a divine creation object of heaven and earth, a priceless treasure comparable to the world tree. In an instant, all the prodigies' eyes turned red. Those who could enter Immortal Academy were all disciples of ancient families and prodigies of undying clans. But even with such noble statuses, the factions and families behind them couldn't give them the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. This wasn't because of its ability, but because it was too rare. There might only be a few in the entire immortal realm, or even just one, just like the world tree. It was something that couldn't be obtained no matter how powerful the faction was. It required great luck. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely be tempted, because in his inner universe, only the world tree's rarity could slightly surpass the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Even the spring of life, the immortal source ancestral vein, the celestial tree and other wondrous items were less rare than the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The prodigies here were still wondering why those ancient spirits seemed to have gone crazy. But now they were almost going crazy. This was a heavenly creation that even those with money, power, and status couldn't get. All the Immortal Academy disciples' eyes were as red as burning steel balls as they joined the fight. The little divine demon ant also did its best to tear apart the alternative dragon spirit and rushed toward the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Now, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Seize the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The fight here immediately reached a climax. At this critical moment, suddenly, black heavenly fire swept over from the distance. Many ancient heroic spirits were incinerated into nothingness by the black flames. It's him, Huang Nye Dao. When they saw the black, undying flames, everyone knew who had come. Other than Huang Nye Dao, there was no one else. However, what left a few Immortal Academy disciples shocked and furious was that the undying flames attacked indiscriminately. Even though those ancient heroic spirits were wiped out, a few Immortal Academy disciples still released unresigned, miserable cries. His primordial spirit was destroyed in the undying flame, and he lost the precious opportunity to fight for the opportunity. Huang Nye Dao, although you are the son of the ancient emperor, don't you think your actions are too overbearing? A genius from a clan of the ancients said coldly, the remote antiquity families and the Archean royalty had always been at odds with each other. Oh, really? Huang Nye Dao tilted his head slightly, and an ancient mark flickered between his eyebrows. He pointed out with his finger, and the undying flames engulfed the genius of the clan of the ancients, destroying him. This action made many of the Immortal Academy disciples here not dare act recklessly, their hearts cold. Who dared to move now? Taking the immortal root of the 6 paths of reincarnation was the same as making an enemy out of Huang Nye Dao. Most importantly, the destruction of one's primordial spirit meant that they had lost the chance to stay in the void sky world. So, no one dared to act recklessly. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Do you still think this is a game? If you don't have the courage and ability, then accept your fate. The road to rise up is very cruel. A cold smile appeared on Huang Nye Dao's handsome face. He waved his sleeve, silencing many of the Immortal Academy disciples. They didn't dare to retort. This was Huang Nye Dao's boldness and majesty, and at this critical juncture, a crisp, tender, and childish voice rang out. You be *starred, what are you showing off for? Do you really think you're the best in the world? Boss Jun can crush you with one palm. Huang Nye Dao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the source of the voice. It was the demonic ant little E. The eyes of the other Immortal Academy disciples lit up. Like Huang Nye Dao, little E was also the legitimate son of an ancient emperor. There wasn't much of a difference in status between them. Demonic ant, I've already tolerated your unreasonable offense once when I was in Immortal Academy. Now, it seems that you don't know what's good for you. Huang Nye Dao's expression didn't change much. He looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. What right do you have to tell me what's good for me? The ant clenched its fists. Although it was only the size of a little finger, it was the only creature present who dared to confront Huang Niadao directly. Little E just couldn't stand it. It was only natural that someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who was invincible among his peers, would be so domineering. Huang Niadao, on the other hand, hadn't defeated anyone in the world yet, but he had already learned how to show off. He wouldn't have a good ending. The little divine demon ant's repeated provocations made Huang Niadao lose his patience. If I remember correctly, the demonic ant has an unparalleled physical body and can even compete with true dragons for supremacy. But its primordial spirit doesn't seem to be its strong suit. Huang Niadao's words made the ant's heart skip a beat, but it still said stubbornly, "So what? Do you think I'm scared of you? I'll let you have a taste of my immortal divine phoenix's immortal primordial spirit." Huang Niadao activated his soul power, which turned into monstrous immortal flames. The immortal primordial spirit of his race was very special. Like the characteristics of a phoenix, it could be reborn in flames and undergo nirvana. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to kill an immortal primordial spirit. This was also why his father, the immortal ancient emperor, could shake the entire immortal domain. Apart from being powerful, the immortal primordial spirit also made it very difficult to kill the immortal ancient emperor. One could imagine how terrifying an immortal ancient emperor that was difficult to kill would be. If he couldn't kill it, then what awaited him would be the revenge of an immortal ancient emperor. Huang Niadao activated the power of the immortal primordial spirit. The surging immortal flames turned into countless flaming sword feathers that shot toward the ant. Damn it, the ant's expression was a bit gloomy. It was in a very passive position. If we were outside, Grandpa would definitely beat you to death, you damn birdman. The little divine demon ant was unwilling to accept this. Unfortunately, this is the void sky world. Huang Niadao smiled coldly. Using one's weakness to attack the ant's strength, the ant was naturally at a disadvantage. Just as the ant's primordial spirit started to turn illusory, a clear dragon's roar sounded in the distance. A dragon-shaped primordial spirit appeared. Huang Niadao was surprised. He collided with the dragon-shaped primordial spirit and forced it back. The dragon-shaped primordial spirit turned into a beautiful woman in a palace dress. It was Princess Longji. This primordial spirit. You've indeed inherited the legacy of the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor. Huang Niadao's expression was still calm. Chapter 1167. True dragons and phoenixes had always been on par with each other. Back in the primordial age, they had both reigned supreme. Moreover, these two species were very influential. They weren't limited to just one branch or one faction. Seeing Princess Longji's help, the ant wiped the sweat off its forehead and said sincerely, "Big Sister Longji, thank you for your kindness." "Big Sister Loach, thank you. You are the best of all loaches." Princess Longji's chest heaved as she heard this. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. The divine demon ant had once competed with the dragons for physical strength, so the ant had always been prejudiced against the dragons. However, Princess Longji was Jun Xiaoyao's woman, and she had helped it. Naturally, it had to express its gratitude. But this way of thanking her made Princess Longji speechless. Was it thanking her or mocking her? "I wouldn't have cared if you weren't my master's pet," said Princess Longji, pursing her lips. "What pet? Boss Jun and I are sworn brothers." The ant jumped up and retorted. On the other side, Huang Niadao darted a look at Princess Longji. Princess Longji was tall and slender. Her hair danced in the wind. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her legs swayed gracefully. If it were any other man, they would definitely worship such a peerless beauty as if she were a goddess. However, she was only fit to be Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Jun Xiaoyao was riding her. This was simply a reckless waste of resources. You're also a creature of the Archean royalty and have a trace of the ancient emperor's blood in you. Don't you think it's beneath you to be a human's mount? The look on Princess Longji's face didn't change. My master will become the most powerful man in history. Even being his mount is a great honor. Princess Longji had been Jun Xiaoyao's rival in the beginning. Later, she was subdued by Jun Xiaoyao. Along the way, she had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's rise with her own eyes. She was now completely loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. I really don't know what that Jun Xiaoyao fed you. You've lost your mind. This little ancestor can give you a chance. Renounce the darkness and follow me. How about it? Princess Longji was beautiful and had a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline. She had even inherited the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor's legacy. It wouldn't be bad if he could take her in as his subordinate. Hearing this, Princess Longji's expression turned cold. Are you worthy? These 3 simple words expressed Princess Longji's disdain. Did he really think that she was such a loose woman? Only Jun Xiaoyao had the right to make her willingly submit to him. As for the others, Princess Longji couldn't be bothered to look at them. Huang Niadao's eyes turned cold. As a man, the greatest insult was to be looked down upon by a woman. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. I'll kill you all first before taking the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Huang Niadao attacked again, activating his immortal, primordial spirit. The black, undying flame was as vast as the ocean. Princess Longji's expression turned serious. Although she also had a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline, she still had a trace of it. However, compared to Huang Niadao, who had the bloodline of the ancient emperor, there was still a huge gap. If she hadn't inherited the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor's legacy, she didn't have the right to fight against Huang Niadao at all. Boom! There was another clash. The little divine demon ant and Princess Longji fought against Huang Niadao. Even so, they were completely suppressed. Their primordial spirits were starting to become unstable. However, they were unwilling to lose their chance just like that. Huang Niadao is too much. Some of the Immortal Academy disciples' expressions turned cold. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed domineering sometimes. However, he would only do that to the strong. For example, the young emperor of Xianting and the others. Jun Xiaoyao had been in Immortal Academy for so long, but they had never seen him put on airs before any of the Immortal Academy disciples. Meanwhile, Huang Niadao only wanted to feel his existence from these ordinary disciples. If it were the young emperor of Xianting or the other emperors, Huang Niadao definitely wouldn't be so arrogant. If Master was here, would you still be so arrogant? Princess Longji's expression was cold. That's right. This birdman only knows how to bully the weak. The little divine demon ant shouted. Huang Niadao's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear it. Perhaps that was the truth. However, he had the strength to do so. Noisy. Huang Niadao's palm pressed down. The undying flames that covered the sky condensed into a giant flaming hand. It was as if the sky was burning. This palm was going to completely annihilate the little divine demon ant and Princess Longji. It was going to end their opportunity here. Just then, another palm came from afar. It collided with Huang Niadao's flaming hand, creating ripples. Who is it? Huang Niadao said coldly. He was a bit unhappy. In the distance, a man and a woman walked over. It was Jun Bieli and Li Qing. Jun Bieli was dressed in plain clothes. His appearance was ordinary. He was the type that couldn't be picked out in a crowd. However, he was a seed of the Jun family and had the title of Commoner Emperor. He had even defeated the young 9-fingered sage dragon emperor and cut off one of his fingers. Princess Longji's expression was complicated when she saw them. She used to hate Jun Xiaoyao. Not only did he attack Jun Xiaoyao, but he was also the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor's inner demon. However, Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, Princess Longji's hatred for him wasn't that deep. "Thank you," Princess Longji said after a moment of hesitation. June Bieli nodded slightly and turned to Huang Niedao. "You're too naive if you want to monopolize the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route." June Bieli's aura was calm and natural. His arrival shook the spirits of the Immortal Academy's disciples, especially the disciples of the clan of the ancients. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although June Bieli wasn't as stunning as Jun Xiaoyao, he was still one of the Jun family's top geniuses. Huang Niedao's expression hardened. If it was just June Bieli, he could deal with him. However, the green-clothed woman beside June Bieli also gave him a faint sense of threat. This made Huang Niedao a bit incredulous. The news of June Bieli giving the heavenly Dao crown to Li Qing hadn't spread, so not many people knew about it. Then let's see who can get the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. Although Huang Niedao was vigilant, he obviously wouldn't show weakness, just as everyone thought that Huang Niedao and June Bieli would fight. Suddenly another voice sounded. "The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route has matured." As expected, it attracted a group of ants. "No problem. Just pluck it." This voice made many of the Immortal Academy's disciples angry. Those who could enter the Immortal Academy were all dragons and phoenixes among men, but they were called ants by others. Even June Bieli and Huang Niedao, who were prepared for battle, frowned slightly and looked away. A few blurry green figures emerged from the void, carrying with them a sense of transcendence. "You guys aren't Immortal Academy's disciples?" June Bieli looked at those figures and frowned slightly. These people shouldn't be among the Immortal Academy's disciples who came to the Void Sky world this time. However, those figures couldn't help but chuckle when they heard this. "Immortal Academy's disciples, haha. Does Immortal Academy have the right to make us disciples?" Their words were full of disdain for the 9 Heavens Academy. Even Huang Niedao's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't care about Immortal Academy, he was still temporarily cultivating an Immortal Academy. Huang Niedao swung his sleeves and said coldly, "Who are you guys? How dare you talk nonsense in front of this little ancestor?" A figure walked out from those people and said in an incomparably cold voice, "All ants back off. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route is not something you can touch." Chapter 1168. These people who had suddenly appeared were shrouded in a green brilliance, making them look mysterious and otherworldly. Many Immortal Academy disciples were confused. Only Immortal Academy disciples could enter the Void Sky world this time. Which corner did these people pop out from? Moreover, their words were full of arrogance and loftiness, although these people's actions and attitudes were a bit unpleasant. They had to admit that their primordial spirit auras were too vast, like the heavens. They weren't any weaker than Huang Niedao, June Bieli, and the others. "You all also want the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route." Huang Niedao's expression was cold. He already regarded the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route as his own. He wouldn't allow others to touch it. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Huang Niedao directly attacked. The surging, undying flames turned into countless flaming sword feathers and swept out. However, those figures only laughed lightly. Their attitudes were very casual. When they attacked, vast and immeasurable soul power surged. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. All kinds of mystical scenes appeared. The ancient gods worshipped, and all living creatures prayed. The scene was shocking. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these people came from. Boom! After the collision, those figures didn't move at all. Huang Niedao's eyes flashed with shock. Although he didn't use his full strength, this move was definitely not something an ordinary person could block. What, are you surprised? If I said that my strength is only average among my clan's younger generation, would you be even more shocked? Seeing Huang Nye Dao's shocked expression, the person who stood out said indifferently, "How is that possible?" The Immortal Academy disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. These people's strength was only average in the power they came from. Didn't that mean that even Huang Nye Dao, an ancient emperor's direct descendant, could only be considered outstanding in that power and couldn't reach the top? This was terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of power would have this kind of power. What kind of power do you all come from? Huang Nye Dao frowned. He felt that the situation was a bit troublesome. It was out of his control. The leading figure said indifferently, "We are following the will of the heavens." When these words came out, Huang Nye Dao's pupils suddenly shrank. After all, he was the legitimate son of the emperor of the ancients. The 4 words, "receive the will of the heavens," and the heavenly Dao aura that these people gave off. He immediately thought of a race. One was hiding behind Jiyuan, the most powerful beings beneath the surface of the immortal region. Gray Clan. Huang Nye Dao's eyes widened. I didn't expect this clan to come into being in this golden age. Are they going to step up from behind the scenes? Huang Nye Dao's heart was in turmoil. In this great world, all kinds of monsters and monsters came out. The forces that had been hidden under the surface in the past had also begun to reveal themselves. His father, the undying ancient emperor, had also warned him before. It was best not to provoke some of the ancient forces hidden under the surface of the water. The Grey Clan was one of them. This made Huang Nye Dao's expression freeze. He was in a dilemma. After all, he had declared that he was going to claim the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root for himself. But now, a creature from this race had appeared and wanted to obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. It could be said that Huang Nye Dao had acted pretentiously too early. He was now in a difficult position. "I know you. You are the legitimate son of the undying ancient emperor. For your father's sake, you should leave," said the leading figure. Huang Nye Dao's expression changed. Not to mention whether he could completely suppress these people. Even if he could defeat them, he couldn't do anything. The Grey Clan was too mysterious. If he really offended them, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even if he had a good father, it wouldn't be enough. Huang Nye Dao didn't say anything. He began to retreat, expressing his attitude. Clearly, the consequences of offending the Grey Clan were more serious than obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. TCH, isn't it a supreme treasure of heaven and earth? You're scared just like that? What a coward! Seeing Huang Nye Dao's attitude, the little divine devil naturally didn't want to let him go and mocked him. He's just a son of a father. That's right. Without a good father, how could he have his current status? Clearly, the other Immortal Academy disciples also looked down on Huang Nye Dao. You don't even know which clan they're from. Huang Nye Dao glanced at the little divine devil ant and the others coldly, then left with a flick of his sleeves. The remaining Immortal Academy disciples also began to move, preparing to leave. Jun Bieli frowned slightly. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. As expected, that race has surfaced? Jun Bieli had also guessed their identities. He also wanted to leave. There was no need to start a conflict with these people now. At that moment, the leader of the group said, "Hold on. Anyone related to Jun Xiaoyao, stay." The hearts of the surrounding Immortal Academy disciples sank. Could it be that these mysterious people had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao as well? What do you mean by this? Princess Longji's eyes were cold. It's nothing. It's just that Jun Xiaoyao did something wrong. So I'll let you guys pay for it first, the leader said. How dare you? Princess Longji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who had the right to judge Jun Xiaoyao? Boss Jun is the hero who saved the immortal region. Are you blind? The little divine devil ant was also furious. Just who was this group of people? They actually dared to act so high and mighty and boast so shamelessly. Jun Xiaoyao is only one of the reasons. We're also quite interested in that girl. She can be part of our clan. Someone else spoke, pointing at Li Qing, who was next to Junbieli. Li Qing, his face changed. Junbieli's face also turned cold. He rarely showed such an expression. Li Qing, was his reverse scale. You've gone too far, said Junbieli indifferently. The one who refined the heavenly Dao crown should be a member of our clan. If you don't want to, it's fine. Our clan has a special method to extract the power of the heavenly Dao crown from her body again. The leader's tone was cold and cruel. Boom! Junbieli attacked. He threw out a palm strike, returning to his original state. These people were really despicable. We came to the void sky realm to pick the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. How could we not be prepared? The few people sneered and activated their supreme soul power at the same time. In an instant, a heaven-like pressure surged out. A green array appeared. It was incomparably mighty, as if millions of miles of mountains and rivers were crushing down. Even someone as strong as Junbieli was forced to retreat while resisting this mighty array. His primordial spirit's body was trembling. After all, there was only the primordial spirit in the void sky realm. Junbieli couldn't unleash his full strength. Li Qing, the divine devil ant, Princess Longji, and the others also attacked together to resist this array. It's futile. Where's Jun Xiaorao? Ask him to come and accept his punishment. How dare he blaspheme the heavens? These people's tone was extremely arrogant. It was as if the heavens were the boss and they were second. Other than the heavens, they didn't care about anything else in the world. Just as the situation was getting critical, above the universe's firmament, a vast golden Buddha's Dharma form suddenly appeared. It crushed down like an ancient mountain and smashed onto the array. Who has the right to punish me? Even the heavens can't, let alone you. Chapter 1169. A cold and indifferent voice echoed in the area. The disciples of Immortal Academy, who hadn't left yet, were surprised and pleasantly surprised. The Son of God is here. Jun Xiaoyao leisurely strolled down from the sky. He was tall and handsome, wearing a white robe. He had wanted to use the soul-dispersing mist to train himself earlier, so he had wasted some time and didn't get here right away. Boss Jun! Master! Xiaoyao! The little divine demon ant, Princess Longji, Junbieli, and the others were all excited. They felt inexplicably calm. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's appearance could calm everything down. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had become the stabilizing force in everyone's hearts. Great, Boss Jun is here. Let's see how arrogant they can be. The little divine demon ant clenched its fists in excitement. The massive image of Mahavarakana clashed with the array. What a powerful soul power! Someone whispered. The leader looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He really came, but that's good. We can take care of some things. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to those people right away. Instead, he focused on the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. The immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed a rare divine item. The Grand Elder didn't lie to me. Jun Xiaoyao was satisfied. However, he felt that there was something wrong with the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation. But no matter what, he had to get it first. Jun Xiaoyao saw it. It was his. This is what Zhou Tiandaozi of our clan wants. Do you dare to take it? Said the mysterious leader. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao look at them. He sized them up for a while and didn't seem surprised. Are you from the Gray clan? Jun Xiaoyao pointed out the truth. Many disciples of Immortal Academy were confused. Clearly, they didn't know what was going on. However, there was a small portion of Immortal Academy's disciples whose eyes revealed contemplation. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shook violently and he took a deep breath. The Heaven Clan. Only in the oldest history books of my family. There are some vague records of it. Sky Clan. I once heard a senior of my clan that has lived for a few eras mention it. It's an absolutely mysterious and taboo clan. It's the Gray Clan. Those sky prides who knew a little about this were all extremely shocked. Even this race appeared in the world, starting to appear before the eyes of all creatures. The leader of the group frowned, finding out that Jun Xiaoyao was able to see through their identities right away. However, they didn't care. In any case, their race would gradually surface in this golden age. Seeing their reactions, Jun Xiaoyao had an idea. As for the heavenly cycle Daozi they spoke of, Jun Xiaoyao believed that he might be one of the so-called 8 sons of heaven. Previously, the Ascension King had also warned him to be careful of the Heaven clan and the 8 sons of heaven. He was different from the abandoned pawns of the 7 emperors. The 8 sons of heaven were the true elites of the Heaven clan. They were Daozi-level figures who were favored by the heavens. I am Li Gu of the Heaven clan. Since you know who we are, you should also know what a huge mistake you've made. Li Gu, who was the leader, scolded coldly. What mistake? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. You went against the heavens. Li Gu scolded. Jun Xiaoyao smirked, but the smirk on his face was rather cold. How foolish and ridiculous. Even the heavens are no match for me, let alone the heavenly path's lackey. Jun Xiaoyao's words instantly made everyone go dead silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Heaven clan was a supreme race that was hidden behind the scenes. They were favored by the heavenly path and had the same green blood as the heavens flowing in their bodies. This race was synonymous with nobility. In their eyes, all creatures were even more inferior than ants. However, Jun Xiaoyao had just called them lackeys. Not to mention the others, even Li Gu and the others were dumbfounded and thought that they had heard wrongly. However, before they could react, Jun Xiaoyao immediately activated his soul power. The majestic Vairocana Dharma form burst out with boundless light. Under the support of the boundless soul power, the Vairocana Dharma form directly crushed the array. How dare you? Li Gu reacted, and a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes. This was a humiliation that they had never suffered before. The few of them also activated their power, and a vast aura like the heavenly path appeared. They were like a group of God's people who had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, the universe seemed to be shaking. Countless large stars seemed to be affected, and starlight poured down to support the primordial spirits of Li Gu and the others. This works. This is F** king cheating. The little divine demon and shouted with his eyes wide open. They call themselves the people of the heavens and can even borrow the power of the heavens. The Heaven clan is indeed not that simple. Jun Bieli saw through Li Gu and the others. They were actually borrowing the power of the heavens. On one hand, they could support themselves. On the other hand, they could use the power of the heavens to suppress their enemies. Of course, Li Gu and the others were not the top of the younger generation of the Heaven clan, so the power they could borrow was limited. Even so, it was terrifying enough. Huang Yedao and the others had to expend energy to resist. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as calm as water. If the 8 children of the Heaven clan appeared in front of him and attacked at the same time, Jun Xiaoyao's fighting spirit might have been aroused, which was rare for him. But Li Gu and the others were not worthy. Jun Xiaoyao simply used his fingers as a sword. Then he pointed with his finger. A ray of sword light appeared. This ray of sword light was ordinary and not thick, and it did not have the aura that could cut the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the universe. It even seemed a little ordinary. Li Gu and the others were slightly taken aback when they saw this, and then they laughed. That's it. After all, you once carried the title of invincible among the younger generation. Could it be that you're afraid of the Heaven clan? The other members of the Heaven clan couldn't help but laugh. Jun Xiaoyao's words were not bad, and he even dared to treat them as his lackeys. But when he used this move, it was a bit of a drag. After Jun Xiaoyao pointed with his finger, he turned around and didn't look at Li Gu and the others, nor did he refute. Instead, he walked toward the 6 paths of reincarnation and mortal root. Jun Xiaoyao, I told you that the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root is what Zhou Tian Daozi wants. Li Gu and the others frowned and used their methods to destroy the ray of sword light. However, Li Gu and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Their eyes turned to the ray of sword light again. The ray of sword light wasn't fast, and it even seemed a little slow. However, it seemed to reflect all living things in the world. All living things and all living things. What shocked them the most was that they saw themselves in that ray of sword light. What the hell is this? Li Gu and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They felt that something was wrong. They were the ones who should be mocked. Furthermore, what astonished them even more was that none of them were able to evade that strand of sword light. It was as if it was fated to cut them. Pucci! Without any resistance, Li Gu and the other members of the Heaven clan silently destroyed their primordial spirits. This sword strike was aimed at the heart. It was even more harmful to the soul and primordial spirit. It was simply a killing move. The arrogant members of the Heaven clan were annihilated into nothingness in the next moment. Everyone was speechless, and their eyes all turned to Jun Xiaoyao, who had already walked to the side of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. What kind of divine move is this? Many disciples of the Immortal Academy exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao's methods once again refreshed their understanding. Chapter 1170. Those people were from the Grey Clan. Even if they weren't the top Dao disciples of the Grey Clan, they were still on par with the top geniuses of the deity region. But now, they were annihilated by Jun Xiaoyao's ordinary sword aura. Even if they were only nascent spirits in the void sky world, it was still shocking enough. Because Jun Xiaoyao was also a nascent spirit. If it was his true body that executed this sword move, then how powerful would it be? No one could imagine it. This move was simply amazing. Master! Princess Longji's eyes were filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was a stark contrast to Huang Niedao's from before. One was so casual that he didn't care about killing the Grey Clan members at all. The other was such a coward that he didn't dare to make a move even if he had some strength. Princess Longji wasn't even interested in looking at someone like that. Boss Jun is Boss Jun, forever a god. The divine demon Ant was also excited. It was right to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Bieli was also impressed. Even he felt an extreme sense of danger from the sword just now. It seems that the gap between Xiaoyao and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jun Bieli sighed, but he wasn't jealous at all. However, his face still darkened when he thought about Li Qing'er. It seemed that the Grey Clan also wanted the heavenly Dao crown. Isn't the Divine Sun's sword move a little too powerful? It felt like it described the ultimate law of the sword. Some of the geniuses who cultivated swordsmanship were mesmerized and couldn't wait to watch it again. The power of self / didn't disappoint Jun Xiaoyao. After all, it was the combination of the 5 godly swordsmanship techniques. If it couldn't even kill Li Gu and the other small fries, that would be surprising. As for the consequences of provoking the Grey Clan, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. Didn't you hear what Jun Tianming said? The Grey Clan was the followers of the heavenly Dao. The Jun family, on the other hand, could overturn the sky if they were angry. So, who should be afraid of whom? The Grey Clan probably didn't know what was going on, living in a sense of superiority. The only thing that Jun Xiaoyao was interested in was the 8 sons of heaven. Jun Xiaoyao stopped thinking about the Grey race and focused on the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The strange flower the size of a basin was incomparably resplendent, glistening with immortal light. The 6 petals of different colors seemed to hold up 6 worlds, forming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Just by getting close to it, one could feel the rich power of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the 6-path reincarnation immortal root's aura. Although it looked good, it was still lacking compared to his tree of world. Strange, however, Jun Xiaoyao didn't overthink it. He waved his sleeve and put away the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Towards this, none of the other Immortal Academy disciples had any objections. If it was Huang Niedao, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be convinced. However, when it came to Jun Xiaoyao, everyone felt that it was only natural. After putting away the 6-path reincarnation immortal root, Jun Xiaoyao came to Princess Longji and the others. Master! Princess Longji bowed respectfully. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Boss Jun is awesome. He killed the gray race so easily. The little divine demon ant was thrilled. Following such a big shot, it would never have to worry about not being able to live a good life in the future. Xiaoyao, it seems that you're already ahead of everyone. Jun Bieli also smiled. Just a little trick. I'm glad that you're all fine. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. By the way, about Qing, Jun Bieli told him about how the gray race coveted Li Qing. It seems that the gray race wants the heavenly Dao crown as well, Jun Xiaoyao said. But on second thought, it made sense. The heavenly Dao crown was a gift from the heavens. It was only natural that the gray race wanted it. Jun Xiaoyao even suspected that the 8 children of heaven were also blessed by the heavenly Dao and had the heavenly Dao crown or something similar. You don't have to worry about me. How can I trouble my benefactor? Li Qing felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was only able to survive and become so young because of Jun Xiaoyao. She was grateful to Jun Xiaoyao from the bottom of her heart. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Don't mention it. The gray race won't provoke the Jun family for the time being. Who knows if the gray race will have the last laugh in the future? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He hadn't provoked the gray race, but they had been acting all high and mighty, trying to punish him. All right, we'll take it one step at a time. Jun Bieli nodded. The gray race was mysterious, but the Jun family wasn't to be trifled with. Since ancient times, the Jun family had never revealed its complete power. Many members of the Jun family didn't even know how deep their power ran. Therefore, the Jun family was a force above the surface, but it was well hidden, and it wasn't any worse than the forces below the surface. After talking for a while, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also dispersed. Everyone's opportunities were different. If they gathered together, it would be difficult to find more opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper alone, and the other geniuses from the Immortal Academy also dispersed. At this moment, outside the void sky world in another space, several figures were sitting cross-legged here. They were the original bodies of Li Gu and the others. On the side, there were a few members of the gray race taking care of them. Li Gu and the others' bodies shook, and then they spat out blood. The blood wasn't the bright red of ordinary creatures. Instead, it was a light green color. It wasn't rich, but it carried a supreme and ethereal aura. Li Gu, what happened to you? Didn't you get the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Seeing the situation of Li Gu and the other members of the gray race who were taking care of them changed their expressions. Li Gu and the others hadn't been in the void sky world for long before they came out. Something must have happened, but they couldn't figure it out. Who dared to provoke the creatures of the gray race? Even if it was an immortal force, if they knew the name of the gray race, they would have to retreat respectfully. Jun! Li Gu's mouth was mixed with blood as he spat out the words with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt his Tao heart collapsing inch by inch. This was extremely terrifying. It was reasonable to say that even if part of the Origin's spirit died in the void sky world, it wouldn't affect the original body too much. However, Li Gu and the others felt their vision turn dark, and their Tao hearts were cut off. Jun what? The others' eyes narrowed. Jun! Xiaoyao! Li Gu roared. Then, the space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and the primordial spirit within it shattered, like a cracked porcelain. Not only him, but the glabella of the other members of the gray race who entered the void sky world also cracked at the same time. Their Tao hearts were shattered, and their origin spirits were destroyed. This shocked the other members of the gray race. How is this possible? Even if something bad happened in the void sky world, it shouldn't affect the original body outside. The members of the gray race felt a chill in their throats. Jun Xiaoyao is the son of God of the Jun family who fought against the heavens. How could he have such means? Should we go in? Do you want to die? Li Gu and the others are all dead. What's the point of us going in? Let's go back to the gray race and tell Zhou Tiandaozi about this. Even if he's the son of God of the Jun family, he'll have to pay the price for being stained with the blood of the gray race. The remaining members of the gray race didn't go to the void sky world. Instead, they went back. As the most mysterious and proud race, their clansmen had been killed. One could imagine that it would cause a commotion. In particular, Zhou Tiandaozi would definitely not let it go. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 1171. Outside the void sky world, on a broken star. Third Elder Su Mo was guarding this place out of boredom. At this moment, in the depths of the universe, resplendent light suddenly appeared. A golden path formed from the interweaving of laws spanned across the starry sky. A slender figure covered in a hazy golden radiance stepped on the golden path and slowly walked over. That is, the expressions of all the Immortal Academy disciples present were shocked. The eyes of the Swallow Cloud Knights who were expelled were filled with excitement. They knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. "We pay our respects to young Emperor Hao Tian." This sentence stunned all the Immortal Academy disciples present. It's that ancient young emperor. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Did the Xian Ting's ancient young emperor finally come out of seclusion? Di Haotian's figure appeared in the surging golden light. He wore a loose robe, had long golden hair and silver eyes. His expression was calm, as if he was the ruler of everything and had a card up his sleeve. He's that mysterious ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting, who has 3 great physiques and once ruled an era. The Child of Truth also looked at Di Haotian with a grave expression. Right now, in the immortal realm, who had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao head-on? The ancient young emperor, Di Haotian, was definitely one of the few. Senior is the leading elder of Immortal Academy this time, right? I wonder if this young emperor has the qualifications to enter the void sky world? Di Haotian said indifferently. Of course. After all, you were once a disciple of Immortal Academy, Third Elder Sumo said with a twitch of his mouth. If he really wanted to argue, he might not have the qualifications to be Di Haotian Senior. Thank you, Elder. Di Haotian nodded slightly. Then he sat cross-legged in the ancient formation. There were many hidden gazes, sizing him up. This is the ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting, Di Haotian. As expected, he is a natural-born deity. His temperament is too outstanding. And his aura is also very powerful. I wonder what level he has reached. It's hard to say. Rumor has it that Di Haotian possesses 3 great physiques, which are extremely heaven-defying. I reckon that he's one of the few monsters who can be compared to the Jun family's Son of God. Some of the surrounding Skype rides were discussing. Di Haotian didn't care. Now that he had been reborn, he only wanted to seize the opportunity and advance step by step. If there are no deviations, then there are many opportunities in the void sky world. The first one should be the 6-path reincarnation immortal route. Di Haotian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes. Ancient young emperor, entering the void heaven realm. Outside the virtual sky world, Di Haotian's figure appeared. What a nostalgic place. Di Haotian sighed. If he had not picked up that celestial stone plate fragment in the void sky world, he would not have been able to do so. It was impossible for him to return to the starting point of this golden era. Then Di Haotian began to go deeper into the void sky world. His primordial spirit released endless light. It was also a very special primordial spirit. Any heroic spirit of the ancients would be annihilated by his palm. Even the soul-dispersing mist couldn't stop him. Then Di Haotian arrived at the place where the six-path reincarnation immortal route had appeared. This place was a bit messy, and the six-path reincarnation immortal route was nowhere to be seen. However, there was still a faint aura of reincarnation left. It's gone. Di Haotian's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. As expected, the ignorant people actually mistook the fake for the real one. Di Haotian shook his head slightly. The six-path reincarnation immortal route was too rare. Therefore, most people didn't know about it. The six-path reincarnation immortal route had a special ability. It could create pseudo-roots and create an illusion. The pseudo-roots were even more dazzling and gorgeous than the real ones and could attract people's attention. Meanwhile, the real six-path reincarnation immortal route was hidden in the dark and safe. It could be said that without his rebirth, Di Haotian wouldn't have known about this little secret. Since the pseudo-roots have already appeared, then the real six-path reincarnation immortal route should be in the deepest part of the void sky world. Di Haotian muttered to himself, then stood with his hands behind his back and continued forward. At this moment, in the deepest part of the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao's figure continued to go deeper. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong with the six-path reincarnation immortal root's aura. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of a possibility. Some divine items and ultimate treasures could even have their own spirituality. They would use all kinds of methods to ensure their safe development. The six-path reincarnation immortal route appeared with such great momentum, as if it was afraid that people wouldn't know about the treasure here. Jun Xiaoyao already had some guesses in his heart, but I still have to verify it. Let's go to the deepest part of the void sky world first, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He had heard about it before. There was a blood fiend illusion in the depths of the void sky world. It could be said to be an absolute forbidden area in the void sky world. Any primordial spirit that entered would be annihilated. He then recalled the special reaction of the sacred body bloodline when he first entered the void sky world. Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the source of it should be in the blood fiend illusion. It just so happened that he also needed to go deep into the void sky world to sign in, so it was on the way. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to go deep into the void sky world, he suddenly stopped and his face darkened. Luo Li. When entering the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao merged a wisp of his primordial spirit with Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit. This way, if Jiang Luoli was in trouble, he would know immediately. And now, Jun Xiaoyao sensed that Jiang Luoli was in trouble. In another world of the void sky world, Jiang Luoli was wearing a pink and white dress and a light blue muslin dress. She was slender and elegant, like a beautiful fairy between heaven and earth. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with suspicion and disgust as she looked at the group of people opposite her. That group of people's figures were also very hazy and blurry, making it difficult to see them clearly. Why have you been following this young lady? Jiang Luoli said coldly. No reason. We just want to know the truth. There is a familiar aura on your body. Someone in the group of people opposite her stood out and said, You are not from Immortal Academy. Who are you? Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes carried a wisp of seriousness. This group of people seemed to have suddenly appeared. Among the geniuses from Immortal Academy who came here, this group of people definitely did not exist. Ha! This void sky world is not a treasure land that Immortal Academy occupies alone. Our origins will scare you to death if we tell you. The leader shook his head slightly. Scare me to death? Jiang Luoli felt that it was ridiculous. She was the pearl of the Jiang family of the desolate land. What kind of power could scare her to death? All right, we won't make things difficult for young lady. Young lady, please come with us, the leader said. Impossible. Jiang Luoli took action. resplendent primordial spirit, light blossomed. Her original constitution was also the origin spirit immortal body, able to take in and send out a sea of immortal energy. Meanwhile, her primordial spirit was also receiving the refinement of heaven and earth spiritual energy at all times. That was why Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit Tao was definitely not weak. This type of constitution, origin spirit immortal body, as expected when they saw Jiang Luoli activate the origin spirit immortal body, that group of mysterious people's eyes lit up. Chapter 1172. This time they came to the void sky world just to train and see if they could get any opportunities. In the end, they ran into Jiang Luoli. That kind of aura immediately attracted their attention. "Miss, don't make things difficult for us. If you come with us, you will only benefit." The leader was a man. Judging from his voice, he wasn't old. However, there was a sense of superiority in his tone. It was similar to the tone of the gray race. "This miss is from the Jiang family of the Desolate Era. What are you guys?" Jiang Luoli activated the power of her primordial spirit. Bright light bloomed. She was on guard, because she couldn't figure out the other party's background. "You will know as long as you come with us." As soon as the leader's voice fell, he took out a move. A chain-like weapon was taken out by him. Like a giant dragon wrapped in immortal energy, it took the initiative to bind Jiang Luoli. That was a primordial spirit weapon activated by soul force. The so-called primordial spirit weapon was a weapon that mainly used the primordial spirit to attack or defend. This kind of primordial spirit weapon required many rare treasures to refine, so it was much rarer than ordinary divine weapons. To a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient chaotic emperor talisman was also a primordial spirit emperor weapon that protected the primordial spirit. At this moment, the young man took out a god binding chain, specially used to capture and bind the primordial spirit. Jiang Luoli was so angry that her beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Were they treating her like a pig or a dog and trying to capture her? Boom! Jiang Luoli's jade-like hands formed hand seals. Bright immortal seals blasted out, fighting a great battle with this group of mysterious people. She had the primordial spirit immortal body and inherited the primordial spirit realm. The current Jiang Luoli was no longer that useless, short-legged girl. The two sides fought fiercely. However, Jiang Luoli was a bit surprised. This group of mysterious people's techniques were very strange. It didn't seem like the techniques of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Who are these people? Jiang Luoli was extremely confused. She never expected that in Immortal Academy's place of natural luck, there was actually this type of mysterious group of people who barged in. Jiang Luoli was not weak, but that group of people was also very strong. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers. For a woman like Jiang Luoli to be able to resist this group of mysterious people for so long was already considered very good. In the end, the eyes of the young man in the lead flashed. He took advantage of the time when the others were suppressing Jiang Luoli. He made his move, using the god binding chain to bind Jiang Luoli's delicate body, wrapping her like a dumpling. Jiang Luoli's pretty face was filled with anger, like an angry kitten. As the beloved daughter of the Jiang family, she had never received such treatment. Even Jun Xiaoyao doted on her. When had Jiang Luoli ever suffered such grievances? "Miss, we really don't have any bad intentions. It's just that there's something on you that attracts us." "That's right, we won't hurt you. We just want to verify something." This group of mysterious people slowly walked over. "All of you get lost," Jiang Luoli reprimanded. Regardless of whether these mysterious people had good or bad intentions towards her, she didn't care. Even if she was only a primordial spirit right now, she still didn't want those people to get too close. "Don't worry, we are only examining your primordial spirit's fluctuations. After all, your true body is still outside the void sky world." The man in the lead smiled. He reached out his hand, about to grab Jiang Luoli. Meanwhile, right at this time, The man suddenly felt a type of extreme coldness. This type of coldness was like the third month of spring, when ice and snow suddenly covered the sky, freezing all creatures. His eyes suddenly shifted upwards. He saw that aloof figure standing in the void, clothes whiter than snow. A pair of cold and deep eyes were like those of a deity, coldly watching him. The man suddenly trembled slightly, feeling as if he was being targeted by a great vicious being. Big Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she also felt a bit ashamed. She didn't expect to alarm Jun Xiaoyao and ask him to come to her rescue. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the group of people with an extremely indifferent expression. The man in the lead felt his heart tighten. When he heard Jiang Luoli call him that just now, his heart skipped a beat. Xiaoyao, could it be that person? He wasn't a fool. He thought of a name that was somewhat famous even in their world. You are Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family? The man in the lead frowned, although he was on guard in his heart. It seemed that he wasn't too afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Their origins were enough to give them this kind of calmness. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent and didn't say anything, although they didn't cause any substantial harm to Jiang Luoli. For Jun Xiaoyao, daring to attack his woman was a crime that must be punished with death. They seemed to have sensed the killing intent in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The man in the lead hurriedly said, Jun Xiaoyao, although you are very famous and can be called the #1 person of the younger generation in the immortal realm, we are from the 9 heavens, however, before the man could finish speaking. Jun Xiaoyao directly made a move, using his fingers as a sword. An ordinary sword light appeared, as if reflecting the heavens and the earth, and swept towards the group of people. I don't care who you are. I only care that you deserve to die for provoking my woman. After a flash of sword light, there was nothing left. Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill even the beings of the Grey Clan right away with the Amit Ba slash. Although the origins of this group of people were extremely extraordinary, there was still a gap between them and the Heaven Clan. Therefore, without any suspense, the primordial spirits of these people were directly annihilated and turned into nothingness. On the other side, Jiang Luoli felt sweet in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's domineering speech also made Jiang Luoli feel very safe. Big Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's delicate body was bound by the god-binding chains, and she was like a chubby silkworm, wriggling towards Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's originally indifferent expression also revealed a hint of a smile. Jiang Luoli was really a lovable buffoon. At this moment, her silkworm-like appearance was charmingly naive. Big Brother Xiaoyao, you're still looking. Jiang Luoli's face was a little red, and she pouted coquettishly. Jun Xiaoyao was the one who saw how embarrassed he was. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head, and he didn't tease Jiang Luoli anymore, and directly tore the god-binding chains apart. I'm sorry, Big Brother Xiaoyao. I've asked you to come to my rescue again. Jiang Luoli was very ashamed and embarrassed. It's fine. You're already doing well to be able to fight with this group of people for so long. Do you know where they are from? Jun Xiaoyao said with a deep gaze. Where? Jiang Luoli asked like a curious baby. The Empyrean's End, the Forbidden Clan, Jun Xiaoyao said. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other identity of this group of people. They are indeed people from the Empyrean. No wonder when she said that she was from the clan of the ancients. That group of people didn't seem to think much of it. If they were from the clan of the Empyrean, then they indeed didn't have to be afraid of the clan of the ancients. She also understood why she felt that the group of people's techniques didn't seem to be from the immortal realm. It turned out that they were originally living beings from the Empyrean. Chapter 1173. It could be said that the Empyrean's End was an extremely ancient and mysterious place for the entire immortal realm. It was independent of the heavens and formed a forbidden zone. The laws of heaven and earth there were also different from those of the immortal realm, because it was the forbidden land of 10,000 spirits that had been passed down since ancient times. there were unimaginable existences hibernating there. They were also very low-key and rarely showed themselves. The so-called Forbidden Clans were existences that accompanied the Forbidden Zone. They were a family force formed by the servants and followers of the Forbidden Zone. Their backs were against the Forbidden Zone. While working for the Forbidden Zone, they could also receive the protection of the Forbidden Zone. They could even obtain the techniques passed down by some great figures in the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, most of these Forbidden Clans thought highly of themselves. Other than the Forbidden Zone, they looked down on everything else. Even if Jiang Luoli said she was from a clan of the ancients, those people didn't care too much. In their eyes, only the Forbidden Zones were supreme and eternal existences. But above the Empyrean, why would the Forbidden Clans come to the Void Sky World? Jiang Luoli was confused. Jun Xiaoyao looked thoughtful and said, "The Void Sky World is a place of space-time chaos. Immortal Academy controls the way to enter the Void Sky World. But that doesn't mean there aren't other passages to enter the Void Sky World." Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. The Heaven Clan from before and the Forbidden Clans now should have entered the Void Sky World through other unknown passages. Interesting. These existences that were originally hidden behind the scenes are starting to show themselves one by one. It seems that a great storm's coming. The Heaven Clan and the Forbidden Clans of the Empyrean all showed up. It was enough to show that this was the precursor of a storm. Thinking back to what the little demon empress said before, a dark calamity was probably not far away. Right. Why are these Forbidden Clans targeting you? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. At the mention of this, Jiang Luoli said angrily, "I don't know. They have been following me since they saw me. They even said that I have a familiar aura on me and wanted me to go with them. They're simply disgusting perverts." "Oh." Jun Xiaoyao deliberately sniffed the air. Jiang Luoli immediately blushed and said, "Big brother Xiaoyao, what are you smelling?" "I am now a primordial spirit." "It smells good." Big brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's face was flushed red, and her voice was coy and a little shy. Jun Xiaoyao was getting better at flirting. "All right, stop messing around. I roughly know the reason," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. "Could it be?" Jiang Luoli was also very smart and reacted. "Elemental spirit world." The two of them said at the same time. Jiang Luoli had once merged with the elemental spirit realm and refined it into her own inner universe. I had my doubts at that time. The rules of the Yuan spirit world seemed to be different from those of the immortal domain. They didn't seem to be left behind by the strongest of the immortal domain. It seems that if I'm not wrong, the original owner of the Yuan spirit world should be in existence above the 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao said, "No wonder they would pester me. Their family should be related to the original owner of the Yuan spirit world." Jiang Luoli also thought and said, "Yes, it seems that Luoli, you have another opportunity," Jun Xiaoyao said. If the Yuan spirit world was really related to a certain strongest of the 9 heavens, that might not be a bad thing for Jiang Luoli. Of course, the premise was that those people wouldn't do anything bad to Jiang Luoli. It seems that this is also a problem. Jiang Luoli sighed, but it was impossible for her to give up the Yuan spirit world. Jun Xiaoyao also helped her to repair and reconstruct the Yuan spirit world with the power of the Tree of World. How could she give up just like that? "It doesn't matter. I'd like to see who dares to trouble you," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. So what if it was a forbidden family above the 9 heavens? To put it bluntly, they were just lackeys of the life forbidden zone. It was just that their names sounded a little intimidating. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's eyes were full of love. It was almost every woman's dream to have a husband who was so strong and protective of his wife. "Don't worry. They will definitely come to us later. We'll see what their attitude is then. If they treat you courteously, that's fine. But if they come to snatch you away," Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He would let the forbidden family above the 9 heavens know what it meant to be sinister. Then the two separated. Jiang Luoli didn't want to be a burden to Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, She chose to find other opportunities by herself. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Anyway, Jiang Luoli's life wouldn't be in danger in the void sky world. Outside another passage in the void sky world, a group of people looked a little pale. In front of them were a few figures whose glabella had been split open and were no longer breathing. They were the people who had provoked Jiang Luoli before. After being hit by Jun Xiaoyao's valiant slash, even their true bodies were killed. What a terrifying move! Even their true bodies were killed. The news they revealed before they died was really shocking. I didn't expect the last inheritance to fall in the deity region and be obtained by the girl from the Jiang family. But we can't let go of Yu Kuin and the others, even if he's the son of God of the Jun family. That's right. The Yu family is a forbidden family above the 9 heavens. We have the life forbidden zone behind us. Which force dares to provoke us? This group of people from the Yu family didn't enter the void sky world again. Instead, they returned to their family. One could imagine that the storm had just started. However, the scary thing was, the Yu family wasn't the only one who came to the void sky world to train. Elsewhere in the void sky world, Ji Qingyi was wearing a green dress. She was shrouded in celestial light. Her hair was sparkling and translucent. She was pure and flawless like a blooming lotus. Her appearance was delicate and pretty. Her face was covered with a light veil. Her eyes were as clear as a lake and as brilliant as the stars. She looked otherworldly, untainted, and aloof from the world. There was also a group of people opposite her. The leader was a 28-year-old woman. Her skin was sparkling like snow, and her face was extremely beautiful. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with questions as she looked at Ji Qingyi. What is the truth behind Brother Daoi's death in the world of God? This woman's emotions were a bit agitated. Her name was Ji Yingying. She didn't come to the void sky world to train or obtain opportunities, but to seek the truth. The Brother Daoi she spoke of. He was the former successor of the human immortal sect, the eldest son of the forbidden family above the 9 heavens, Ji Daoi. Ji Daoi was first seriously injured by Jun Xiaoyao in the world of God. Then he was killed by Ji Qingyi. Because of this, Ji Qingyi sat firmly on the throne of the human immortal sect Saintess. In addition, she also received the core nurturing of Immortal Academy. It could be said that she had obtained all the benefits. Not to mention, she also obtained the opportunity that originally belonged to Ji Daoi. Immortal artifact, immortal demon diagram imprint. And because of this, she obtained a certain inheritance. It could be said that Ji Qingyi's thoughts were too deep. Ji Daoi was played by her. Ji Qingyi's expression was calm as she faced the people from Ji Daoi's family. Her limpid eyes were as clear as water. The truth is that after Ji Daoi was seriously injured, he was assassinated by the foreign creatures. It's also my fault for not paying attention at that time. If I had traveled with him, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Ji Qingyi sighed, carrying a wisp of self-blame and helplessness. It would be a pity if she didn't get an Oscar with her acting skills. Seeing this, Ji Yingying's eyes were still filled with anger and hatred. If that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't recreated Brother Daoi, how could he have been killed so easily by the foreign creatures? Jun Xiaoyao, Brother Daoi's blood debt, is still remembered by my Ji family. Chapter 1174. In the depths of the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao was strolling and thinking at the same time. At first, he thought that the void sky world would be a simple experience. But now, the situation had become complicated. The void sky world itself seemed to have some kind of secret. For example, something that caused his sacred body bloodline to sense. There was also the Heaven Clan, the forbidden family above the 9 heavens. Originally, these forces were all hidden behind the scenes. But now, all of them had surfaced. Did it mean that the life-forbidden zone above the 9 heavens couldn't hold back anymore? There was another point worth thinking about. Jun Xiaoyao didn't forget about the curse of the sacred body bloodline. Previously, he had investigated some things in the Black Abyss. which was an ancient ruin of the underworld. Apart from the underworld, those who were involved in the sacred body curse were also from the underworld. There seemed to be another life forbidden zone, Longevity Island. If the forbidden zone appeared in the future, Longevity Island would naturally surface as well. Since the life forbidden zone might surface in the future, then the matter of the sacred body curse must be investigated clearly. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He believed that before the life forbidden zone truly appeared in the world, the forbidden family would probably be the vanguard and appear first. But for now, I still need to focus on the opportunities in the void sky world. Jun Xiaoyao continued forward. In fact, there weren't many Immortal Academy disciples left in the void sky world. After all, the deeper one went into the void sky world, the greater the danger. Other than a few geniuses, it was difficult for anyone to guarantee that their primordial spirit wouldn't be destroyed. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao finally arrived at the Blood Fiend illusion in the depths of the void sky world. This was a forbidden area in the deepest core of the void sky world. Even in the void sky world, no one was able to enter and come out. In fact, as soon as they stepped into the Blood Fiend illusion, their primordial spirit would be destroyed. The bloodline sensing of the sacred body is getting stronger and stronger, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. The power of his primordial spirit surged, boundless and endless, and he directly stepped into the Blood Fiend illusion. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have arrived in a blood-red world. As far as the eye could see, everything was blood-red. This was like an ancient battlefield, but it was dyed with a layer of bleak blood. All kinds of illusions left behind from ancient times appeared. Ancient emperors were clashing and primordial beasts were fighting. Blood flowed like rivers in all living things in the firmament. It was like the end of an era, a world-shocking battle. Jun Xiaoyao could even vaguely see a golden aura surging into the sky and a furious roar spreading in all directions of the universe. That's a great completion, Saint Physique. Jun Xiaoyao was extremely surprised. What kind of war was that? Was the divine physique also involved in it? But if there really was such a terrifying battle, why wasn't it recorded? Now, there were only vague records about the void sky world. It was a place of space-time chaos formed by the collision of ultimate powerhouses. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that this battle was of great significance. It might even be a major turning point for the celestial realm. However, it was purposely erased by someone and not recorded in history. The achievements of the sacred physique lineage in this great battle were deliberately buried, and they were not praised by the people of the world. There are more and more unknown secrets. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. At this moment, the scenes left behind trembled like ripples of water. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out in the depths of the Blood Fiend illusion. Violent qi and blood surged under the blood-colored sky. It turned into a Blood Fiend thunder dragon. What a terrifying qi and blood power! Even Jun Xiaoyao's pupils trembled slightly. Just a wisp of qi and blood had turned into a Blood Fiend thunder dragon. That wisp of qi and blood should have come from an unimaginable powerhouse. It was even very likely that it was an ancestor of the sacred physique lineage. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what was going on. Why did he have that special sacred physique bloodline feeling? Could it be that one of the ancestors of the sacred physique lineage was one of the ultimate powerhouses who caused the formation of the void sky world? Jun Xiaoyao had a bold guess in his heart. Roar! That Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon's aura was too powerful, especially in the Blood Fiend illusion. It could be enhanced by the environment. As for Jun Xiaoyao, just by stepping into the Blood Fiend illusion, his primordial spirit was greatly suppressed. If his primordial spirit wasn't strong enough, without the Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon, he would probably be annihilated by the Blood Fiend aura in the Blood Fiend illusion. This blood aura was extremely young. As for the primordial spirit, it was Yin. Therefore, it would be greatly restrained. It was no wonder that the Blood Fiend illusion was a forbidden area in the void sky world that no one had set foot in. The Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon charged towards Jun Xiaoyao and spat out Blood Fiend Divine Thunder. This kind of thunder was extremely effective against the soul and primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao activated his primordial spirit technique. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol appeared. It was as unmoving as a mountain and blocked in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Boom! The entire Mahavairakana Dharma idol was trembling, and cracks appeared on the surface of its body. So powerful. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was also solemn. If his true body was in its peak state, dealing with this Blood Fiend Thunder Dragon would be a piece of cake. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was only in his primordial spirit body, and it was only a portion of his primordial spirit's power. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol was collapsing, and at this critical moment, suddenly, a sky full of pitch-black flame sword feathers attacked from behind Jun Xiaoyao. Huang Nie Dao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with cold light. Behind him, Huang Nie Dao's figure appeared. He had also obtained this information from an immortal academy disciple. Later on, Jun Xiaoyao appeared and killed the Heaven Clan's people, obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Huang Nie Dao was naturally unwilling to let Jun Xiaoyao obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Therefore, he also entered the depths of the void sky world to search for Jun Xiaoyao's traces. When Jun Xiaoyao was in danger, he wanted to launch a sneak attack and kill him in one strike. Jun Xiaoyao, should I say you are bold or stupid? You even dare to kill someone from the Heaven Clan. Provoking the Heaven Clan won't have a good ending. Why don't you let me help you endure this 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Huang Nie Dao had a cold smile on his face. Jun Xiaoyao's face was cold. The light of his Yuan spirit surged around him, blocking the power of the flaming sword feathers. However, Huang Nie Dao raised his hand again. Endless undying flames condensed into a pitch-black spear. This was the undying Yuan spirit technique. The pitch-black spear was wreathed in flames, capable of burning souls to nothingness as it was thrown at Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, the Blood Fiend Lightning Dragon also charged at Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that if he didn't have a powerful technique, Jun Xiaoyao's Yuan spirit might be annihilated. Then, he would lose the chance to explore the void sky world. Huang Nie Dao's handsome face was about to show a mocking smile, but he found that Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Huang Nie Dao felt that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. An ancient monarch talisman appeared between his brows with a sense of supremacy. Suddenly, a vast emperor aura swept across the entire Blood Fiend illusion. Vaguely, there seemed to be a blurry and tall figure appearing between heaven and earth. It was the figure of Emperor Ancient Chaos. The Emperor talisman Jun Xiaoyao took out was naturally the Emperor weapon that protected the Yuan spirit, the Emperor Ancient Chaos talisman, just as the Emperor Ancient Chaos talisman's Emperor Dao light shone. Not far away, a group of mysterious people who were searching for opportunities in the depths of the void sky world saw the figure of Emperor Ancient Chaos. Their expressions changed instantly, becoming extremely cold. Could it be that the successor of Emperor Ancient Chaos has appeared again? Chapter 1175. The dazzling Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman carried a boundless imperial aura. Previously, the Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had been passively manifested. When Jun Xiaoyao obtained the Imperial Talisman, he wasn't strong enough to use the Imperial weapon. Now, Jun Xiaoyao, whose cultivation had reached the level of supremacy, was no exception. Even if he couldn't use the full power of the Imperial weapon, he could at least control it a little. The Ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had helped Jun Xiaoyao many times. In the Bronze Immortal Palace and the Godly Ruins, when Jun Xiaoyao's body was in danger and his primordial spirit was in danger, The ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman had protected Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's power. The Blood Lightning Dragon's attack and Huang Nia Dao's attack couldn't break through the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's defense. In terms of offense, the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman was ranked last among the Imperial weapons. But in terms of defense, the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman was definitely one of the top weapons. Damn it, the Imperial weapon. Huang Nia Dao's face darkened. To be honest, not many people remembered that Jun Xiaoyao had another identity. He was the successor of the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. He also had the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman's ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. And the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, was also in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. That's an Imperial weapon. Huang Niedao's eyes twitched. Even as the son of the Emperor of the Ancients, he only had a boundary Imperial weapon that his father had left him. And it wasn't even a primordial spirit Imperial weapon that belonged to the primordial spirit. Besides, how many people in the Nine Heavens immortal realm could casually take out an Imperial weapon like Jun Xiaoyao? Even the successor of an immortal faction couldn't be so extravagant. Right now, for the top tier of prodigies, having a pseudo-emperor armament was already considered the best. Of course, if Huang Niedao knew that Jun Xiaoyao had so many Imperial weapons that he could sell them, how would he feel? Apart from the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. Strictly speaking, the desolate god armor of the desolate ancient sacred temple belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao had given the desolate god armor to Wu, who for the time being. There was also the Emperor Imperial Court in the Battle of the Immortals in the Huangtian mystic realm. The monarch weapons of Zulong, Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, and the Wang family of the North were also confiscated by the monarch dynasty. One had to know that this didn't include the Jun family's imperial weapons. Therefore, it was not a lie to say that Jun Xiaoyao had a lot of sovereign weapons for sale. Huang Niedao, don't think you're all that just because you have a father. The world will only remember you as the son of the undying ancient emperor. They won't remember you as Huang Niedao. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he summoned his Prometha soul bridge. Red spider lilies bloomed in the sky, and a bridge appeared, pressing down on Huang Niedao. Hearing what Jun Xiaoyao said, Huang Niedao's handsome face immediately turned ferocious, even somewhat twisted. Jun Xiaoyao was really good at reading people's minds. Huang Niedao's sore spot. That's right. In his heart, he was unwilling to accept this. The world was only afraid of his father. They didn't respect him. Even those from the Grey Clan said that they would let him go for the sake of the undying ancient emperor. This was a scar in Huang Niedao's heart. However, Jun Xiaoyao had just unraveled the seal. You want to mess with my Dao heart? Impossible. Huang Niedao's immortal flames surged and clashed with the Prometha soul bridge. However, he was suppressed by the chaotic ancient emperor talisman. This move put Huang Niedao at a disadvantage. His primordial spirit was shaken by the Prometha soul bridge. However, in the next moment, Huang Niedao's immortal flames surged. His scattered primordial spirit started to reform. It's useless. I have the immortal primordial spirit. No one in the void sky world can kill me. Huang Niedao shouted, his face cold and arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. The child of truth also had this confident expression before. Does the immortal primordial spirit mean you're invincible? Jun Xiaoyao used all kinds of devouring techniques and brought out the only black hole. This was the ultimate manifestation of the devouring Tao. It was just like the ultimate embodiment of the way of the sword. The only black hole suppressed and devoured everything. So what if he had the immortal primordial spirit? If it was a complete immortal primordial spirit, he might be able to resist the only black hole for a short time. But the problem was that only part of Huang Niedao's primordial spirit had entered the void sky world. He naturally couldn't resist. No, Huang Nye Dao was furious. He wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada. But now he had gone for wool and come home shorn. He had lost himself. He couldn't get the sixth path, reincarnation, immortal route. He didn't even have the chance to find fortuitous opportunities. The problem was that he didn't get any fortuitous opportunities in the void sky world. Huang Nye Dao had come for nothing this time. Splat! Huang Nye Dao's primordial spirit was destroyed in the only grotto heaven and refined by Jun Xiaoyao. It was another great tonic. Faith, primordial spirit, immortal primordial spirit. If these primordial spirits can be devoured by me, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. It was no wonder that cultivators who mastered the devouring Tao could easily become demons, because they couldn't control their desire to devour people. On the other side, the blood fiend Thunder Dragon had been attacking Jun Xiaoyao. It was only because it was protected by the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman that it didn't pose much of a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao released a wisp of his sacred body's aura. The world only thought that his sacred body of the ancients had collapsed in the world of the ruins of God, and that he had returned as the successor of Emperor Qin with the chaotic physique. Little did they know that Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was still there and had even transformed into a quasi-innate sacred body Tao embryo. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliberately reveal it. This could also be used as a trump card that might be of great use in the future. After Jun Xiaoyao released the sacred body's aura, the blood fiend Thunder Dragon suddenly froze. In the next moment, it actually made a shocking move. The blood fiend Thunder Dragon lowered its dragon head as if it was worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. This also made Jun Xiaoyao a little surprised. It was just a blood fiend Thunder Dragon condensed from a wisp of qi and blood, but it was like a real living creature that had intelligence. This could only prove one thing. The owner of this wisp of qi and blood was so powerful that it was unimaginable. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to go deep into the blood fiend illusion, he suddenly sensed some kind of abnormality. Behind him, a surprised voice came. How is this possible? He's actually safe and sound? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and saw a group of people not far away. Their figures were hazy, and their auras seemed very transcendent. Moreover, it was very unfamiliar and different from the aura of the immortal realm. That's the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman. It seems that you're really the successor of ancient Chaos? Among the group of people, the leader stepped out and asked Jun Xiaoyao, this kind of high and mighty attitude. Apart from the Grey Clan, there was only the Forbidden Clan. It seems that there is indeed a passage connected to the Empyrean's end in this void sky world. It's the trial ground of these Forbidden Clan geniuses. Jun Xiaoyao pondered in his heart. However, looking at the expression of that group of people, it seemed that they were full of hostility towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. He had never seen those people, and they didn't have much connection with the Forbidden Clan above the Empyrean. If there was a connection, it would only be that Ji Daoi. Their reaction to the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman is so big. Could it be? A flash of inspiration flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He remembered that the ancient Chaos Emperor seemed to have suppressed the turmoil of a generation. His emperor weapon, the ancient Chaos Axe, was also lost in that battle. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He felt that he seemed to have found a clue about the ancient Chaos Axe. Chapter 1176. Suppressing the chaos was the duty of the sacred physique. But it was not only the sacred physique that participated. In fact, some supreme emperors who cared about the common people and had universal love had also taken action. Ancient Chaos Emperor was one of them. This group of people came from above the 9 heavens and were extremely sensitive to ancient chaos. If Jun Xiaoyao's guess was right, the family behind them, or even the Forbidden Zone behind them, might have a trace of relationship with ancient Chaos Emperor. And judging from their attitude, it must not be a friendly experience. You are also from the forbidden family above the 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the group of mysterious people. You are Jun Xiaoyao? The group of mysterious people took a closer look, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's name was also spread above the 9 heavens. Although it was impossible to be as grand as the immortal realm, at least they had heard of it. This made the group of people's expressions change slightly. If it was anyone else with their identity and background, they could directly find out and destroy them. But if it was Jun Xiaoyao, then it was different. Even if the forbidden family was high and mighty, if they wanted to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, they had to consider how capable they were. Unless the forbidden zone behind them made a move. But that was not something they could control. Thinking of this, the group of people's expressions were uncertain. They were not stupid, although they were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao when they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Plus now, even the blood fiend Thunder Dragon had strangely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. They would not be stupid enough to provoke him. Let's go. The leader waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Wait. An indifferent voice sounded. It was Jun Xiaoyao. The clue that they had just found could not be broken. Did I say to let you leave? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. Others might be extremely afraid of the forbidden family above the 9 heavens. Not to mention provoking them, they would be thankful if they were not provoked. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not have such awareness. He looked down on everything and ignored any background or force. Jun Xiaoyao, what do you mean by this? The leader's face darkened slightly. They did not take the initiative to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, but Jun Xiaoyao took the initiative to provoke them. Your hostility makes me unhappy. Tell me, why are you so sensitive to the descendant of ancient Chaos Emperor? It has nothing to do with you. The group of people turned to leave. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed before snapping his fingers. Roar! The blood fiend Thunder Dragon in the blood fiend illusion roared and spat out blood fiend divine thunder. Jun Xiaoyao, you're going too far. Don't think we're afraid of you. That group of people shouted fiercely and unleashed their techniques. The 9 heavens was the immortal 9 heavens, but the immortal fiend, the blood fiend dragon, was the blood fiend. Even the people from the Forbidden Clan were no match for him. Of course, they had come to the Void Sky world, but they had lost their chance before they could plunder too many opportunities. Only the leader was left, and his expression was extremely ugly. I don't want to repeat my words, understand? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. The leader gritted his teeth and said coldly, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos once offended the forbidden zone behind my Jin family. As long as you are the descendant of ancient chaos, even if you have the identity of the son of God of the Jun family, you will not have a good ending in the future. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao's guess was right. If he was not mistaken, it should be when Great Emperor Ancient Chaos suppressed the chaos of the world. He had once formed a grudge with the forbidden zone of the 9 heavens. Perhaps he had killed a big shot of that forbidden zone and formed a great enmity. And the Jin family was a forbidden family that followed that forbidden zone. Therefore, it was natural for them to be hostile to him, the descendant of ancient chaos. I think that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos way of doing things is indeed wrong, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. The Jin family member revealed a strange look and said, Why? You want to make peace with the forbidden zone behind my family? If you are sincere enough, it is not impossible. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao casually said, What Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did wrong was that he should not have left the forbidden zone alive. If it were me. So what if I directly flatten the forbidden zone? Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? The forbidden zone behind my family is one of the 10 great forbidden zones. It is difficult for the heavens to bury it and difficult for the earth to destroy it. It overlooks the eternal space-time. The Jin family member's face was pale, and he said fiercely. He thought that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to make peace. In the end, this descendant of ancient chaos was even more ruthless than ancient chaos himself. Jun Xiaoyao, casually flicked his finger and directly destroyed the primordial spirit of the Jin family member. 10 great forbidden zones, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. To the beings of the celestial realm, the 9 heavens was an incomparably mysterious region. However, although it was mysterious, the 10 great forbidden zones were widely spread in the world. Those were the 10,000 spirit forbidden lands that absolutely could not be provoked. According to the little demon empress, this chaos began above the 9 heavens. The 10 great forbidden zones are the most important characters. What is the power behind the little demon empress? What about the forbidden zone related to Luoli? And the forbidden zone that has a grudge with ancient chaos? The more Jun Xiaoyao thought, the more he felt that the situation was inextricably linked and complicated. The 10 great forbidden zones were too complicated. Fine, I will think about it later. Jun Xiaoyao temporarily put it aside. Since the blood fiend lightning dragon had already submitted, Jun Xiaoyao could naturally safely enter the depths of the blood fiend illusion. At this moment, the scene changed. In another part of the void sky realm, a great battle erupted. The 2 sides of the battle were Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Di Haotian's followers were by Luo Xue, the red-haired ghost, and a few others. Jun Xiaoyao's side was Yu, Wang Chuan, Yan Qingying, and the others. This was a very strange battle. By Luo Xue and the others were the most elite people of Di Haotian's era. Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others were outstanding people of the current era who had been taken in by Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone, are you sure you want to continue fighting? Bai Luo Xue was wearing a white dress and had an ethereal aura. She had a special constitution and was intelligent, so she became the 4th of the 18 steeds of Yanyan. The essence soul technique she cultivated was also very special and had something to do with her constitution. It could release a terrifying cold power that could completely freeze one's essence soul. Who was the first to provoke? Wasn't it the 18 steeds of Yanyan who provoked my young master first? Yan Qingying shouted coldly. She was wearing a black dress and had fallen wings on her back. She was like a beautiful fallen angel in the dark night. Why are you talking nonsense now? Just tear them apart. The red-haired ghost, who had the bloodline of the fiend race, had a violent temperament. At this moment, golden light suddenly shone in the distance. A golden path appeared in the void. A transcendent figure walked over like the son of an immortal god. His golden hair was as bright as the morning sun, and his silver eyes were as deep as the sun and moon. His temperament was lazy and casual, but he also seemed like a divine king who could control the sun and moon. It was Di Haotian. Chapter 1177. Dazzling divine light illuminated the world, creating thousands of streaks of colorful light. Di Haotian walked on the golden path, looking otherworldly. He looked like a descendant of God walking in the mortal world. Lord Haotian. Bai Luo Xue and the others knelt down to greet Di Haotian when they saw him. Bai Luo Xue's eyes were also filled with admiration and admiration. Oh no, that's the ancient young emperor of the Xianting. Why did he come to the void sky world? Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. As the saying went, seeing is believing. No matter how much one heard about the ancient young emperor, it was not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. His aura was too powerful. His aura was also extraordinary. Although they did not want to admit it, they had to say it. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, there were very few people who could surpass him in terms of aura. Di Haotian glanced at Yu and the others. Shen bloodline, sacred reincarnation constitution. Di Haotian glanced at them and easily uncovered the secrets of Yu and the others' talents. This ability came from his silver eyes. It was also one of his 3 great physiques. The silver eyes of illusion breaker. They could see through illusions and point to the source. It was an extremely heaven-defying pair of eyes that was not much weaker than polychoria. What was more terrifying was that this was only one of Di Haotian's 3 great physiques. It was not all of his abilities. Not bad. They are all talents. Jun Xiaoyao's foresight is not bad. Di Haotian smiled. One of the cavalrymen gritted his teeth and said, Lord, 13th and 15th have also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao's followers. 5 of the 18 cavalrymen of Yanyan had already died, all at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao and his followers. Di Haotian waved his hand with an indifferent expression. To him, the 18 cavalrymen of Yanyan were just tools, apart from the top few who were of some use to him. As for the rest, he had nothing better to do, so he decided to make up the numbers after subduing them. I'll give you a choice. Follow me, and in the future you'll all be second only to me, and above all the other living beings. Di Haotian's tone was calm, but it did not lose its dominance. As the young emperor of ancient times, he also had the cheat of rebirth. Di Haotian believed that he was destined to seize the fortune of this golden era. If they followed him, they would indeed be second only to him and above all others. We only have one master, and that is young master. The loyalty of EU and the others was unshakable. That was because all of them had been pulled out of the swamp by Jun Xiaoyao. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was much harder than adding flowers to brocade. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. Blind loyalty is somewhat irrational. Di Haotian's expression was still calm. There's nothing to say. EU and the others immediately attacked. EU drew his bow, and 10,000 arrows pierced through the air. The river of forgetfulness raised its sword, and the power of reincarnation surged. Yen, Qingying summoned the devouring vortex. Goddess Eternal Calamity also summoned the power of sin. How dare you? By Luoxue, red-haired ghost, and the others berated and were about to attack. Di Haotian took a step forward, raised his palm, and pressed down casually. Vast and dazzling golden soul power swept out like a huge wave, turning into a supreme golden god. Like the Jade Emperor, it suppressed the 3,000 worlds. Boom! After the attack, there was no suspense at all. The primordial spirits of EU and the others collapsed at the same time. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and disappeared unwillingly. However, this was only a part of their primordial spirits. EU and the others did not die, but they had lost the opportunity to continue staying in the void sky world. As expected of the young emperor, by Luoxue, red-haired ghost, and the others had respect and awe in their eyes. It would be difficult for them to kill them, but Di Haotian could do it with a casual attack. They are just Jun Xiaoyao's followers. If he is so weak, I will be very disappointed. Di Haotian did not care. However, in the next moment he suddenly frowned. Before he could react, 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared. They did not attack him. Instead, they attacked the other members of the 18 steeds of Yanyan, except for Bai Luoxue and red-haired ghost, who were slightly closer to Di Haotian. The primordial spirits of the other knights were directly destroyed. The indifference on Di Haotian's face faded slightly. He frowned slightly and raised his palm. The surging golden soul power turned into a giant golden palm, pressing down on the 2 beautiful figures. One of the figures shuddered. A terrifying 8-armed demon god appeared and blocked Di Haotian's palm. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Another cold female voice sounded. Then the 2 beautiful figures disappeared into the void at the same time. It's them again. Seeing this, red-haired ghost could not help but yell. The 2 shadows that appeared and disappeared unpredictably were like assassins. Of course, they were Xianyu and Su Hongyi. Just now, it was Su Hongyi who used the Black Sky Emperor clan's Mo Haitian to block Di Haotian's palm. They are also Jun Xiaoyao's followers? Di Haotian was slightly surprised. Among Jun Xiaoyao's followers, there were actually people who could block his palm. It was indeed out of his expectations. Moreover, it was 2 girls. It's the 2 of them. They also killed 13th and 15th, Bai Luoshua said. These two are indeed sharp blades. One doesn't seem to have any special constitution, but seems to have fused with many special bloodlines. The other's power is somewhat incompatible with the celestial region. It seems to be a foreign emperor clan's art. This Jun Xiaoyao has a unique eye. Di Haotian's silver eyes of illusion breaker immediately saw through the two. That's because Big Brother and the others didn't come. Otherwise, those two women wouldn't have been able to kill our people, red-haired ghost said. Among the 18 horsemen of Yin Yin, the top 3 were the strongest, and they were all opponents who had challenged Di Haotian. Since they could become Di Haotian's opponents, one could imagine that they were not weak. They were only willing to follow Di Haotian because they were defeated in the end. Okay, let's go. Di Haotian put his hands behind his back and did not care. This was just an interlude. Next, it's the blood demon illusion. There is a great opportunity there. If I get it, I can use it to refine my Imperial Path golden body. Di Haotian had a plan. He took Bai Luoshua and red-haired ghost to the blood demon illusion in the depths of the void sky world. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao had already gone deep into the blood demon illusion. Because of the bloodline of the sacred body, he did not encounter any danger. After continuing to go deeper into the blood demon illusion, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly found. In front of him was a blood-stained abyss. There was a drop of blood in it, a drop of ordinary, red blood. It looked ordinary, but it was not so ordinary. This was because the entire blood fiend illusory realm was formed by this drop of extremely strong blood. Even the blood demon thunder dragon was only formed by a wisp of blood qi emitted by this drop of blood. The moment he saw this drop of blood, Jun Xiaoyao understood in his heart. This was the blood of the sacred body of the ancients, and it was not the blood of an ordinary sacred body of the ancients. It was the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients. No, it was even more perfect than the great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients. This was the bloodline of the sacred body, the blood of the strongest. Chapter 1178. That drop of blood was very red like a fire diamond. It was unknown how long it had been, but it still exuded a terrifying aura. Even the entire blood illusion was formed because of this drop of blood. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients appeared in the depths of the void sky realm. What did this mean? In the great battle hidden in ancient history, the sacred body lineage was the absolute main force. This drop of blood should have been left over from that great battle. It had been so long since then that it was unimaginable. However, this drop of blood was still fresh, like a beating heart, as if it was alive. The blood of the sacred body lineage is covered with a layer of bright gold, while the perfected sacred body returns to its original nature. This drop of blood is absolutely perfect. Even among the perfected sacred bodies, it is absolutely flawless. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious. Who was the owner of this drop of blood? Although I don't know who it is, it means a lot to me. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. To him, the value of this drop of blood was definitely no less than that of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Jun Xiaoyao signed in to a sacred body of the ancients that broke 10 shackles when he was born. But, strictly speaking, it was not a perfected sacred body. A true perfected sacred body of the ancients was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors. Jun Xiaoyao only had a perfect sacred body with no restrictions. Now, this drop of blood was too important to Jun Xiaoyao. This was the blood of the strongest sacred body lineage, which was very helpful for him to comprehend the secrets of the sacred body. And don't forget, Jun Xiaoyao had only comprehended 4 of the 6 visions of the sacred body of the ancients. It was not that he was not smart enough. It was just that he had to comprehend too many techniques and abilities, and he had been cultivating the chaotic physique. So, he did not have the extra energy to comprehend the visions of the sacred body. Now, after obtaining this drop of blood, Jun Xiaoyao could not only use it to temper his sacred body, but also get the opportunity to comprehend the visions of the sacred body. When the 6 visions gathered, they would form the 6 paths of reincarnation, which could defeat all enemies. This was the same as the 9 great godly forms of the tyrant body. When all of them were comprehended, their power would be multiplied. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao put away the drop of Saint Physique blood. If it were anyone else, their primordial spirit would have been shattered just by coming close to this drop of blood. That was because the blood of the saintly body was extremely masculine. Primordial spirits were of the yin attribute, so it was impossible to get close to them. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was completely unaffected because he had a holy body. Jun Xiaoyao was in a good mood after putting away the drop of perfect, sacred blood. The sign hasn't been triggered yet. I should be able to go deeper. After making this judgment, Jun Xiaoyao continued to move deeper. He sensed it carefully, and faintly sensed that there seemed to be faint fluctuations of reincarnation in the depths. Not long after Jun Xiaoyao went deeper into the forest, he suddenly heard something. 3 figures appeared outside the blood fiend illusory realm. They were Di Haotian by Luoxue and the red-haired ghost. Young King, this is the blood fiend illusory realm, a forbidden area of the void sky world. It's difficult for primordial spirits to enter, by Luoxue said. Of course I know, but it doesn't matter. Di Haotian's expression was indifferent. He waved his sleeve, and a vast golden soul power surged, enveloping by Luoxue and the red-haired ghost. Then, the 3 of them directly entered the blood fiend illusory realm. As expected of the young king, by Luoxue's eyes were filled with admiration. Such a forbidden area couldn't stop Di Haotian's footsteps at all. However, Di Haotian frowned slightly. He sensed that the blood qi here seemed to have weakened a lot. Thinking of a possibility, he quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the blood fiend illusory realm. There were only traces of blood, qi, left in the abyss. Among them, what Di Haotian really wanted was gone. Di Haotian frowned. Di Haotian didn't care if he didn't obtain the pseudo-root of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root the first time. But this time he also didn't get the drop of blood that could refine his physical body. This caused Di Haotian to be alarmed. It seemed that someone was 1 step ahead of him and took the opportunity that originally belonged to him. Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence. Then let me see if there will be a 3rd time. Di Haotian's eyes flashed with a dark light. The true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was in the depths of the void sky world. He had to get it. Di Haotian and the others quickly went deeper. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao, who was walking at the front, found that he had already walked out of the blood fiend illusory realm. As far as the eye could see, there was a grotesque starry sky in front of him. All kinds of spatial cracks and time cracks were everywhere. The broken universe, the dim stars. It formed an extremely chaotic place. It seems that this should be the deepest part of the void sky world. It might also be the center of the clash between the supreme experts, Jun Xiaoyao thought. If one of the supreme experts was the master of this drop of perfect, sacred blood, then how powerful would his opponent be? Is there such a terrifying enemy of the sacred body branch? Has the enemy of the sacred body been eliminated? Jun Xiaoyao thought. He felt that the enemy of the sacred body couldn't be from the tyrant body branch. Although the tyrant body was strong, it couldn't have started such a huge war with the sacred body branch. Longevity Island, the underworld, the curse of the sacred body, the war reflected in the void sky world, Jun Xiaoyao thought as he walked. He felt that there must be a shocking secret. The forbidden zone in the 9th heaven, the mysterious underworld, the curse of the sacred body, the war in the void sky world. All of these were like a web, and they were all secretly connected. However, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't found the key, clues yet, and hadn't figured it out yet. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, suddenly the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! You have reached the sign in location, Void Sky World. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star reward, the Heart of Protector. Heart of Protector. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. Then he checked the function of the Heart of Protector. He found that the Heart of Protector was an extremely powerful enhancement method. As long as the host had the compassionate Heart of Protector, he could integrate it and directly break through a realm below the quasi-emperor realm. It can unconditionally increase one level and continue to enhance my body? This was a very good check and reward. No wonder it could reach 8 stars, although there was a restriction below the quasi-emperor realm. But one could imagine that if a Chaos Dao Venerable refined it, he could directly break through to the quasi-emperor realm. This was absolutely heaven-defying. If word got out, countless Dao Venerables would fight over it. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too tempted, because it wasn't difficult for him to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, to integrate this Heart of Protector, one needed to have a compassionate heart to save the world. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have that. He was willing to protect his family, friends, and beauties, but he wasn't interested in saving the world. Now he had become a hero respected by everyone in the immortal realm. It was just a coincidence. At the same time, he collected the power of faith. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about being a savior at all. He was more like an anti-hero. As for Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, he was very suitable. He was a real hero. However, Jun Wuhui had his own path and had his own path to walk. He didn't need this Heart of Protector. By the way, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He thought of someone, the person most suitable for the Heart of Protector. Chapter 1179. The person that Jun Xiaoyao thought of was naturally the last sacred body of the Desolation Sacred Palace, Wuhu. Jun Xiaoyao felt that if chaos really came in the future, the sacred body was definitely a crucial role. And now, in the entire immortal realm, other than him, only Wu, who had the sacred body of the Desolation, the Heart of Protection, was the most suitable for him. And Wu, who himself also had a benevolent wish to protect the world. I always feel that Wu who will play an extremely important role in the future. The sacred body lineage, including the former Desolation Sacred Palace, had once borne the mission of stopping the Great Calamity. Wu, who was the last sacred body of the Desolation Sacred Palace. Naturally, he was also born to face the calamity. Jun Xiaoyao himself should also be a person to face the calamity. But if he could have one more helper, why not? Moreover, Wu, who was now a divine venerable and was also a big shot in the emperor's court. Helping him was beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao and the emperor's court. In the future, the emperor's court would be more stable with a sacred body in charge. After making up his mind, Jun Xiaoyao put away the Heart of Protection. He continued to walk in this chaotic area. It could be said that not many people could reach such a deep place in the void sky world. There's an aura! Jun Xiaoyao sensed a certain aura and looked over. In front of him, there was a pitch-black void crack. There was a faint brilliance surging within. Jun Xiaoyao focused his gaze and was surprised to find that it was a cocoon of light. Among them, there was a hazy figure that could not be seen clearly. What's going on? Jun Xiaoyao was very surprised. There was such a cocoon of light in the spatial crack in the depths of the void sky world. It was too strange. Moreover, the cocoon of light was filled with a faint reincarnation fluctuation that contained extremely terrifying energy. Could this be the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. Just as he was about to go forward to investigate, a faint voice came from behind. We finally meet, Jun Xiaoyao. This voice was steady, calm, and carried a sense of confidence, as if it was the ruler of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw Di Haotian and the others. He had long golden hair, silver eyes, a slender figure, and a face as handsome as a god. It had to be said that when he first saw Di Haotian, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a faint surprise. It was rare for him to see someone with such an excellent temperament. Although he couldn't be compared to him, he wasn't too far off. Xian Ting, the ancient young emperor, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Other than the mysterious ancient young emperor, Jun Xiaoyao could not think of anyone else. Not to mention that Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost were standing beside him. While Jun Xiaoyao was sizing up Di Haotian, Di Haotian was also sizing up Jun Xiaoyao. It had to be said that this man's appearance and temperament were something he had never seen before in his life. Di Haotian's silver eyes flashed with a faint silver light. The aura of chaos is indeed similar to the chaotic body. He has indeed received the inheritance of Emperor Qing, Di Haotian muttered to himself. Just as he was about to activate the silver eyes of illusion to conduct a deeper investigation, a strange look appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and his body shook slightly. Chaotic qi surged up and filled his body, giving Jun Xiaoyao a vague and ethereal feeling. He activated the sky-stealing, sun-swapping technique. Silver eyes of illusion. Jun Xiaoyao had heard that this ancient young emperor of Xianting had 3 great physiques. The silver eyes of illusion was one of them. It could see through many illusions in the world, and it was not much worse than the polychoria. Jun Xiaoyao had many secrets, and there were many rare treasures in the inner universe. Naturally, he would not let Di Haotian see through him. Not to mention that he also needed to hide his quasi-innate sacred body Taoist embryo, which would be of great use in the future. Di Haotian's eyes flashed with a strange look. He found that his silver eyes of illusion could not see through Jun Xiaoyao. A secret technique to hide one's aura? Unfortunately, the power of my silver eyes of illusion is more than that, Di Haotian muttered to himself. After cultivating the silver eyes of illusion to a high level, he could even see the karma threads. Let me see what the karma of you, a person who originally did not exist, is. There were silver runes flowing in Di Haotian's eyes, previously in the memories of his rebirth. Jun Xiaoyao was a person who did not exist. Now, all the deviations pointed to Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a person who had changed the world. Therefore, Di Haotian wanted to see through Jun Xiaoyao's secrets. However, what surprised Di Haotian again was that he could not see Jun Xiaoyao's karma. There were only 2 reasons. First, Jun Xiaoyao's karma was blocked. Second, Jun Xiaoyao was not affected by karma at all. Di Haotian thought that was the first reason. Interesting. This makes me more and more interested. Di Haotian smiled faintly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was also calm. He also noticed that Di Haotian was using his silver eyes of illusion to check his karma. Unfortunately, he was a fateless one. He wanted to control his karma and fate. Di Haotian was too inexperienced. Young Emperor, red-haired ghost, and Bai Luoxue were puzzled. Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao stood facing each other in silence. Neither of them knew. In the short period of time just now, the 2 of them had already gone through a round of psychological competition. This was a real fight between experts. Every move was fatal. Since I was born, the name I heard the most was Jun Xiaoyao. Today, I can see that you live up to your reputation. Di Haotian's bearing was graceful, just like the Jade Emperor in the legends. The ancient young emperor of Xianting. You live up to your reputation. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. He was not afraid of facing the most monstrous genius of Xianting. You got the immortal root of 6 paths of reincarnation, Di Haotian said. So what? And that drop of blood, you got it too. Huh. You know, there's a drop of blood in the blood fiend illusion. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. I judged it from the residual blood qi there, Di Haotian said calmly without changing his expression. His rebirth was his biggest secret. He could not let anyone know. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with a pondering look. It seemed like this ancient young emperor of Xian Ting had something up his sleeves. He was different from the other leaks he had seen before. So, what do you want? You killed my follower. Logically speaking, this young emperor should settle the score with you. However, they were the ones who provoked me first. Besides, you're indeed one of the most talented geniuses of this era. I'm quite impressed by you, Di Haoyan said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. Di Haoyan was planning to recruit Jun Xiaoyao as his follower. In other words, in the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm, even a real martial monarch did not have the right to recruit Jun Xiaoyao as his follower. The reason being that Jun Xiaoyao would at least become a martial monarch in the future. It was easy to imagine how arrogant Di Haoyan was. No one was more arrogant than him. Jun Xiaoyao didn't get angry when he heard what Yi Fuqian said. Di Haoyan, don't let me underestimate your intelligence. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was vicious. He did not curse at all, yet he was cursing Qin Nan. Anyone else would have died from anger by now. But who was Di Haoyan? His expression remained calm. I know you might not be convinced, but it's fine. A few of my subordinates from the 18 horsemen of Yenyun have challenged me before, but they all lost and became my followers. And you, Jun Xiaoyao, are no exception. Di Haoyan said calmly. You can give it a try. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves. He was not intimidated even when he was facing the ancient young emperor. Right at this moment, the cocoon of light in the spatial crack suddenly trembled. Its surface was covered in cracks. A petite figure appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao and Di Haoyan. Chapter 1180. When Di Haoyan arrived here, he immediately noticed the cocoon of light. He also guessed that it was definitely something special. It might even be the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Although Di Haoyan had heard about the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, Di Haoyan only knew some information about great fortuitous opportunities. It was impossible for him to have experienced every fortuitous opportunity. What surprised both Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao was that at that very moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Di Haoyan found it strange. What emerged from the cocoon of light was not the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root they had imagined. Instead, it was a curled-up little girl. The little girl did not look very old. She was about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a little white dress that was as light as a cicada's wings. She had a head of long silver hair, and her skin was as white as ice and snow. It was extremely fair. That white and delicate face that was like porcelain was carved out of jade. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were very long. Her slender and tender limbs were curled up like a baby in her stomach. She looked like an exquisite, beautiful, and extremely cute porcelain doll. This surprised Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao. In the deepest part of the void sky world, a cocoon of light in a spatial crack had given birth to such a fairy-like little girl. Could she be the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Di Haoyan could not help but guess. There were indeed some immortal herbs that had spirituality and intelligence and could transform into a human form. This was not considered rare. Just as the two of them were sizing up the little girl seemed to feel something. Her long eyelashes that were like butterfly wings trembled slightly. Then she opened her big black and white eyes that were as flawless as gemstones. The first thing she saw was Jun Xiaoyao. It was rumored that when a chick hatched from its shell, it would treat the first living being it saw as its closest existence. And now, the first person this little girl saw was Jun Xiaoyao. Instinctively, the little girl called out in a childish voice, "Daddy." Even Jun Xiaoyao, who had never shown his emotions on his face, was slightly taken aback. He looked to his left and right and was a little startled. Was this little girl calling him? Was he going to be a father? Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little confused and couldn't react for a moment. Was this really a creature created by the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? However, there was only an extremely faint aura of reincarnation on her body. It was not obvious. If this little girl really was the true body of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, then it would be a little difficult for him to refine her. After all, refining copper was not allowed. On the other side, Di Haotian's eyes flashed with silver light. He activated the silver eyes of Illusion Breaker, and there were fine silver runes flowing in his mercury-like pupils. He wanted to see through this little girl's secret and find out if she was really the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. However, in the next moment, Di Haotian only felt that his vision was extremely dazzling. He felt like he was staring at a great emperor. It was even more terrifying. Pucci! In an instant, a terrifying backlash force appeared. Tears of blood flowed from Di Haotian's eyes. Even he couldn't help but cry out, and his body directly exploded. Young Emperor! Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghosts' faces changed when they saw this, and they were extremely pale. What's going on? Di Haotian's essence, spirit, directly exploded. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Then he resisted the urge to check the little girl's background. However, although Di Haotian's essence, spirit, exploded, golden soul power was still vibrating. Vaguely, there seemed to be a golden emperor with a terrifying aura that could suppress the universe. The scattered golden soul power actually condensed into Di Haotian's body again. However, compared to before, Di Haotian's essence spirit was 70% illusory. The current Di Haotian was really a little like a ghost, thin and transparent. As expected, it hasn't been destroyed yet. Jun Xiaoyao felt that it was a pity. If Di Haotian was really eliminated just like that, it would be a little funny. However, Di Haotian's essence spirit also made Jun Xiaoyao a little vigilant. Di Haotian's special essence spirit was also one of his 3 great talents. Rumor had it that he inherited it from an ancient supreme emperor of the Xian Ting. He was unimaginably powerful. However, this also proved it from another perspective. This little girl's background was not ordinary. Di Haotian used his silver eyes of Illusion Breaker to investigate, but he suffered a terrifying backlash. Daddy! The little girl seemed to be a little afraid of Di Haotian's invasive gaze. She directly rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she crashed into his embrace. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He was really stunned. The little girl's body was light and soft as cotton. Her silver hair was as smooth as silk, and her skin was as delicate as jade. Her big eyes, which shone like stars and were as clear as gemstones, were blinking and staring at Jun Xiaoyao. Daddy, you're so beautiful. The little girl hugged Jun Xiaoyao's neck. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Did this girl choose her father based on his looks? As expected. On the other side, even Di Haotian's eyes were twitching slightly. Was he not handsome enough? That was not the case. If he stood out, he would definitely charm countless girls. But now, the little girl with a strange identity and a mysterious origin was chosen by Jun Xiaoyao. Even a fool knew that this little girl was definitely not ordinary. She could make his silver eyes of Illusion Breaker suffer backlash, so she was definitely not ordinary. If he could gain her trust, he might be able to research some big surprises in the future. You can't do the same thing 3 times. This is already the 3rd time. Di Haotian began to take it seriously. From the pseudo-root of the 6 paths of reincarnation, immortal root at the beginning, to the drop of blood in the blood fiend illusion, and now to the little girl. Logically speaking, these opportunities should have belonged to Di Haotian. Didn't he reincarnate into the early stage of the Golden Era because the will of heaven wanted him to dominate this era? Plus, the memory of reincarnation. In his eyes, all the prodigies were leeks that could be harvested. But why was it that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have replaced him and could always take away his opportunities in advance? Di Haotian did not like this feeling. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao had taken away everything that originally belonged to him. If Jun Xiaoyao was not here, Di Haotian was confident that this little girl would definitely recognize him as her master. Daddy, hungry. The little girl blinked her big eyes and was extremely cute. Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. He wanted to test whether this little girl was the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. From this, one could see how smart Jun Xiaoyao was. As expected, the little girl's eyes lit up. Is this okay? The little girl asked for Jun Xiaoyao's permission. She was very obedient and was not like a naughty child. Of course. On the one hand, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to test the little girl. On the other hand, he also wanted to get along well with the little girl. After all, this little girl's origin was a big secret. However, who would have thought that after Jun Xiaoyao agreed? The little girl opened her small red mouth and ate the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root in big mouthfuls. The basin-sized 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was swallowed into the little girl's stomach. Seeing this scene, Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao were both stunned. What kind of existence was this little girl? Chapter 1181. Let's not talk about whether this 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was real or fake. Even if it was a fake root, the power contained in it was also extremely powerful. Even a supreme martial artist would have to refine it carefully. But this little girl ate it in a few bites as if she was eating a snack, and her body didn't react at all. This was too strange. What kind of existence is she? Jun Xiaoyao was really confused. He didn't deliberately investigate. It would be bad if he suffered a backlash. But all signs showed that this little girl had a big secret behind her. Di Haotian stepped forward and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. I'm a little interested in this little girl. Brother Jun, can you part with her? The power of his primordial spirit was less than half of what it used to be. After all, the backlash was too severe. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. But the little girl wrinkled her nose and turned to look at Di Haotian. Bad guy. She was not an object. How could he exchange her back and forth? And he wanted her father to hand her over. If he wasn't a bad guy, what was he? Di Haotian didn't care. He finally understood. As long as he didn't court death and attack the little girl, she should be harmless and pose no threat. Di Haotian looked at Jun Xiaoyao. The little girl, on the other hand, had a pair of big bright eyes. Her eyes were sparkling. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao pitifully and innocently. When she woke up, the first person she saw was Jun Xiaoyao. She instinctively regarded him as her father. Naturally, she didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to abandon her. Jun Xiaoyao was not stupid. The mysterious origin of this little girl was very likely unimaginable. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao also liked obedient and cute daughters. Although he liked being a father, Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind being a stay-at-home dad. He reached out and scratched the little girl's delicate nose. The little girl smacked her lips and kissed Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao would not abandon her. Di Haotian's eyes darkened slightly. He didn't see the little girl as a living being, but as an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao had taken the opportunity that originally belonged to him. It seems like you don't take me seriously at all. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyelids slightly. It's good that you know. In terms of eloquence, Jun Xiaoyao did not speak much, but he could definitely infuriate people to death. No matter how calm Di Haotian's personality was, he was still a little unhappy at this moment. After that, there was nothing left to talk about. He directly took action. Golden soul power surged, turning into a dazzling golden palm, as if it was cast from immortal gold. Vast sun divine palm. It could be said that the moment Di Haotian made his move, everyone knew how terrifying his strength was. In the entire void sky realm, very few people could receive this palm strike. Jun Xiaoyao manifested the Mahavarakana Dharma form. The golden Buddha also stretched out a palm and collided with the vast sun divine palm. Instantly, waves of energy rippled through the area. The originally chaotic space was now riddled with holes. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to delay any longer and directly used the Buddha slash. An ordinary sword light swept out and swept towards Di Haotian and the other two. Even Di Haotian sensed the uniqueness of this sword light. Sword law. There was surprise in Di Haotian's eyes. He opened his mouth and used an ancient primordial spirit method. Golden sound waves vibrated out like the evening drum and morning bell, but also like the roar of an old Buddha. A golden swastika rune appeared. This was an ancient Buddhist essence soul technique called the Great Brahma Heavenly Voice. Once it was used, it seemed to be able to resound through the 3,000 Dharma realms and reverberate in the ears of billions of living beings. This was an extremely terrifying technique. Not only did it have great lethality, but it could also purify all living beings. If it were any other prodigy, they would have a headache facing Di Haotian's move and would be easily annihilated. However, Jun Xiaoyao's Buddha slash was also very terrifying. It was the essence of the 5 great sword Dao techniques. Boom! Under this attack, the essence souls of Bai Luoxiwei and the red-haired ghost were directly destroyed. Of course, because of the weakening of the Great Brahma Heavenly Voice, their true bodies were only injured and did not die. Di Haotian was not destroyed. However, he was forced back. His originally illusory body became even fainter and almost transparent. I was actually forced back. Di Haotian himself could not believe it. I didn't expect you to be able to keep your primordial spirit intact after taking one of my attacks. Di Haotian's performance also surprised Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, he did not use his full strength. However, Di Haotian was not in his peak state either. He had just suffered a backlash, and the power of his essence soul was at least weakened by half. From this, it could be seen that Di Haotian was indeed very different from the leaks he had encountered before. However, leaks were ultimately leaks. Even if they were very strong and special, in the end, they could only wait to be harvested. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the 3 lives essence soul, the reincarnation tribulation of the past essence soul, the Vairocana Dharma idol of the present essence soul, the Permitha soul bridge of the future essence soul. Jun Xiaoyao used the 3 essence soul techniques at the same time. That wave of might was enough to throw heaven and earth into chaos. The entire void sky realm was trembling, becoming unstable because of this type of aura. Your essence soul is the 3 lives essence soul. Di Haotian was surprised. This was definitely an extremely heaven-defying essence soul. It was definitely stronger than his essence soul, and his essence soul was inherited from a powerful figure in the ancient Xianting. It could be said to be supreme. If your true body came, it might arouse my interest. But it's only an essence soul body and it has been weakened. You are not qualified to fight me officially. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent as the 3 essence soul techniques suppressed him. Even someone as strong as Di Haotian was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Because of the little girl's backlash, his essence soul had been weakened. He wanted to resist, but his essence soul still collapsed in the end. However, he was different from others like the Son of Truth and Huang Niadao. Di Haotian was not flustered and exasperated. His mentality was still very calm. There's still a long way to go. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll play this game with you. Di Haotian put his hands behind his back, and his essence soul dissipated into a golden rain of light. Seeing Di Haotian disappear, Jun Xiaoyao's face did not show any joy. Di Haotian gave him a strange feeling. He had the confidence to control everything. Also, he seemed to already know about the opportunities in the void heaven world. If Di Haotian was a fateless one, he would have thought that Di Haotian was a fateless one. He really wondered if Di Haotian and he were from the same hometown, and if they were both from Earth. I'll have to take this seriously. Jun Xiaoyao took this matter to heart. He had always been very casual with other enemies, especially those of the same generation. However, Di Haotian was worthy of him being a little more serious. Daddy beat the bad guy away. Daddy is awesome. The little girl beamed, and her face was as red and cute as an apple. I'm not your father. Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Was this how it felt to be a father? You are my father. The little girl pouted, as if she was certain that he was Jun Xiaoyao. She was very obedient, but this matter was not negotiable. Do you have a name? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The little girl shook her head. He looked at her silver hair, which was as brilliant as the Milky Way and as translucent as snow. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said, How about I call you Evers now? Little Evers now. Evers now. The little girl blinked her big eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars. Daddy, you gave me a nice name. From now on, I'll be called Evers now. Little Evers now was very happy and her eyes curved. By the way, Daddy, Evers now can sense the aura of this thing, little Evers now suddenly said. What thing? Daddy fed it to little Evers now. Little Evers now said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Did little Evers now sense the true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Chapter 1182. Ever since little Evers now ate the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root like a snack, Jun Xiaoyao understood. The immortal root he obtained was indeed not the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. The real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was comparable to the world tree. No matter how mysterious little Eversnow's background was, she couldn't have eaten the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root directly, because that energy was too powerful. Even a true emperor wouldn't be able to refine that energy in an instant. You can sense that energy? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Of course. If Daddy wants it, I'll help you find it. Little Evers now smiled brightly when she saw that she could help Jun Xiaoyao. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jun Xiaoyao was in a good mood. The real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was as rare as the world tree. Even the arch would be tempted. But that little Evers now suddenly lowered her little head and twisted her white, tender fingers. What? That Evers now, can I ask for a reward? Little Evers now stole a glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. As expected, she still had the temperament of a child. What reward? Daddy, can you give Evers now a kiss? Eversnow's little face was a little red. She didn't know how long she had been in a deep sleep. The first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, she felt absolutely close to Jun Xiaoyao and wanted to obtain Jun Xiaoyao's love. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback, but he didn't mind. He bent down and kissed little Eversnow's white forehead. Little Evers now was very happy. When she smiled, 2 deep dimples appeared. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. How long had this little thing been alone? How much did she lack love? But it was good that little Evers now acknowledged him as her father. If she fell into the hands of Di Haotian, the consequences would be unimaginable, not to mention whether she could pose a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. At the very least, he could pose a great threat to the people around him. Under little Eversnow's guidance, Jun Xiaoyao made his way through the chaotic land in the deepest part of the void sky realm. His vigorous primordial spirit swept out and avoided some dangers. At this moment, a huge spatial rift that stretched across the sky suddenly appeared in front of them. It faintly reflected a land of chaos, and at the center of the land of chaos, an immortal root took root in the void. There wasn't any dazzling brilliance, nor were there any shocking phenomena of the great Tao. It was a strange 6-petaled flower, and each petal reflected a world in a flower, the 6 paths of samsara. This is the true 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Even though they were separated by a crack in the void, he could also feel that incomparably vigorous power. It was indeed incomparable to the false roots from before. Little Evers now, you're the best. Jun Xiaoyao was also in a good mood. He reached out and gently pinched little Eversnow's chubby and red cheeks. Little Eversnow chuckled as if she was enjoying Jun Xiaoyao's pampering. However, that place, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that the dark land of chaos was like a black desert. He could vaguely hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Could that be the dam world blocking the endless sea? On the other side of the spatial rift. It was actually the dam world that they saw when they came to the void sky world. There were even terrifying quasi-emperor level creatures that wanted to swim ashore from the realm sea. In the end, they were swept away by a wave. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root actually grew in the dam world. No wonder not many people could find it. Even quasi-emperors would not easily go to that kind of place. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, but his gaze turned resolute. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root was very important to him. He had the world tree and could endlessly expand his inner universe. However, it was very difficult to produce outstanding creatures in the inner universe. This was because it lacked the reincarnation structure of life and death. If Jun Xiaoyao could obtain the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, then his inner universe would undergo a qualitative change. The creatures born in his inner universe could also enter the reincarnation cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. This way, to a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao would become a true god, a god of the inner universe. This was of great significance to his path of cultivation. Hence, even if it was the dam world, Jun Xiaoyao still had to give it a try. However, he only had one chance. If his origin spirit body was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to enter the void sky world again, unless he really stepped into the dam world from the outside world. However, that kind of danger was undoubtedly many times more dangerous than now. Little Eversnow, wait here for me to return. Jun Xiaoyao put down little Eversnow, not wanting her to be in danger. Even if his origin spirit body was destroyed, his life would not be in danger. However, it was different for little Eversnow. No, Eversnow wants to follow Daddy, little Eversnow said softly. Be good. Wait here. Jun Xiaoyao patted little Eversnow's little head. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's firm tone, little Eversnow could only nod weakly. However, she could also sense that the other side of the spatial rift seemed to be a dangerous place. Jun Xiaoyao did not want her to be in danger. This made little Eversnow's trust and intimacy towards Jun Xiaoyao even more firm. Leaving little Eversnow behind, Jun Xiaoyao entered the spatial rift alone. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The countless stars in the surroundings seemed to be spinning. In the next instant, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at this chaotic place. This was the dam world. How strange! A single dam is comparable to a vast world. Jun Xiaoyao sized up his surroundings. The ground was littered with the remains of broken stars. All kinds of unknown white bones were buried deep within. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it still emitted a lingering aura of emperor's might. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have arrived at the end of the world. It was incomparably dark, and there was a faint mist lingering all year round. The sound of waves crashing against the shore came from afar. That was the realm sea. Of course, it was still very far from here, so there was no fatal threat. Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the ancient chaos imperial talisman. There was no other way. In such a place, even if Jun Xiaoyao came with his true body, he would have to be 120% alert. Not to mention that he was only in his primordial spirit body. Swish! In front of him, an aurora-like light swept past. That was a kind of extremely special light of laws. Dong! The ancient chaos imperial talisman trembled. After being attacked, it automatically emitted Emperor's might. It was just a wisp of light, but it made the ancient chaos imperial talisman tremble. Even a Tao master would die if he was careless enough to be hit by the light. One could imagine how dangerous the dam world was. Jun Xiaoyao used his powerful divine soul to sense the surroundings. All kinds of space-time cracks, strange blood mud, unknown large bones, and so on were all dodged by Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he could not dodge some, the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman could resist them. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao came to the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. He reached out, wanting to pluck it. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root's petals shook, emitting a terrifying power. All things had spirits, let alone such a divine object. It created a pseudo-root, which meant that it did not want other living beings to pluck it. Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry. On one hand, he also released his various reincarnation powers and reincarnation laws. On the other hand, he directly released the aura of the world tree in his inner universe. The world tree was the ancestor of all trees. Previously, even the celestial immortal tree was attracted by the world tree and voluntarily threw itself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. As expected, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root's resistance weakened. Don't worry, I won't refine you violently. I want you to take root in my inner universe and carry out the cycle of life with the world tree. This is a win-win situation for both of us, Jun Xiaoyao said. The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root seemed to understand human language. It did not resist anymore. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and reached out to pluck it. Although refining it directly would bring great benefits to him, he was still unable to do so. However, it would be a waste. Putting it in the inner universe would be more beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao. Okay, everything is over. This trip was perfect. After obtaining the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, Jun Xiaoyao finally let out a long sigh of relief. The trip to the void sky world should be over. Just as Jun Xiaoyao turned around and was about to leave this place, suddenly he saw a boundary in front of him from the corner of his eye. There was a faint line of footprints that extended into the distance. That is, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. In this damn world, there was a line of footprints that was extremely lonely and extended into the distance. Clearly, it was a humanoid living being. Who left the footprints? Chapter 1183. The damn world had been incomparably mysterious since ancient times. Same as the endless sea, it became a legendary existence. That was also a region that only the strongest could set foot in. And now, in the damn world, Jun Xiaoyao actually saw a line of faint footprints, very clearly, that belonged to a human race life form. Furthermore, the damn world's laws were also different from the immortal domain. To be able to leave behind footprints here, furthermore, even after tens of thousands of years, it had not been erased. It was enough to see that the life form that left behind the footprints was unimaginably powerful. Could it be that the life form that left behind the footprints is the owner of that drop of perfect, sacred blood? Jun Xiaoyao could not help guessing. Of course, this was also just a guess. These great secrets of eternity were still hidden too deeply for Jun Xiaoyao. The clues that Jun Xiaoyao grasped were insufficient. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had to face a choice: leave directly, or follow this line of footprints to find some clues. This line of footprints extended all the way into the depths of the damn world. To say that there was no danger, that was impossible. And Jun Xiaoyao practically did not hesitate, directly following this faint line of footprints and advancing forward. In his dictionary, there was no fear this word. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was also not that kind of brash person who only had courage. He only did this because he felt that he had confidence. Jun Xiaoyao used the chaotic ancient emperor talisman to protect himself, following the footprints and advancing. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the desolation and danger of the damn world. It was hard to imagine who exactly created this dam. Also, what kind of existence was the realm sea? Jun Xiaoyao even had a hole in his brain. Could the realm sea be the inner universe of some unimaginable supreme powerhouse? This world had too many great secrets. Even someone as smart as Jun Xiaoyao sometimes felt that he was very slow-witted, like he was bound by an invisible frame. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao wanted to ascend to the supreme peak. He wanted to overlook the eternity of time and space, unravel all the secrets. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was pondering in his heart, suddenly, he actually heard a trace of faint crying sound. At first, Jun Xiaoyao thought it was an illusion. After all, this was the dam world. How could there be cries? It was too sudden. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression froze. This was not an illusion. He really did hear the sound of crying. That cry was low, hoarse, and dull. It was so much so that one could feel the indescribable pain and despair. What's going on? Is this some kind of soul interference? Jun Xiaoyao immediately became alert. After all, this was the mysterious and dangerous dam world. The sudden sound of crying, if it was anyone else, would feel their hair stand on end. Something was very wrong. Jun Xiaoyao was on high alert, ready to activate the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman at any moment. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao followed the footprints and saw the scene in the distance. That was the source of the cries. Due to the distance between them, Jun Xiaoyao was only able to see a hazy silhouette. From the back, he looked like an incomparably tall man. His long, grayish-white hair was messily draped over his shoulders. Just from the back, one could tell that this was a very valiant man. But now, in front of him, there was an ice coffin. This man was lying on top of the ice coffin, crying hoarsely. He was like a middle-aged widower who had lost his wife in the mortal world. He was alone and desolate. Jun Xiaoyao was extremely surprised. In this strange dam world, there was no one else. At the end of the faint footprints, there was actually such a scene. An incomparably desolate man was lying on top of a coffin, crying. If this was not the dam world, Jun Xiaoyao would really think that he had come to the mortal world. This was too inconceivable. Could that be? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something. In a flash, a shocking thought flashed across his mind. Even Jun Xiaoyao's breathing became slightly hurried. He endured the pressure and got closer. And when he got a little closer, only then did he realize the scene in front of him was not real. There were remnants of the aura of the Tao laws. This is a scene from ancient times that has been left until now. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Because the laws of heaven and earth in the dam world were different from the immortal realm. As long as a mark could be left, it would be very difficult to disappear. This was a scene that had been imprinted, forming an indelible mark. Until today, the scene still remained and had not disappeared. In other words, the scene in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. It was something that had happened here a long time ago. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was surprised was that he thought of someone. He thought of a great hero whose name had been left in the history of the immortal realm. Emperor Wuzhong. Emperor Wuzhong was once the sacred body of the ancients, and he had cultivated it to the level of greater success. He and the Jade Lake, Queen Mother of the West, were the Tao couple that everyone in the 9 heavens immortal realm envied. Then, a terrifying turmoil broke out in the immortal realm. Emperor Wuzhong wanted to go to the 9 heavens to quell the chaos. The Queen Mother of the West refused. She wanted to go with him and die together. After that, Emperor Wuzhong compromised and said that he would go into seclusion with the Queen Mother of the West. After breaking through, he would go up to the 9 heavens. In the end, Emperor Wuzhong lied to the Queen Mother of the West. After leaving behind the words of not letting down the people and not letting down her, he went up to the 9 heavens alone. But then a broken body fell from the 9 heavens. The Queen Mother of the West's hair turned white. For love, she defied the heavens and sacrificed herself. With the 12 apertures of the immortal heart, she seized life from the heavens. She forcefully saved Emperor Wuzhong. From then on, there was one less pair of lovers in the world. But there was an additional Tao embryo of the innate sacred body. Emperor Wuzhong sealed the Queen Mother of the West in a 10,000-year-old ice coffin. He carried the coffin up to the 9 heavens and quelled the turmoil of a generation. It was said that after that, the Nine Heavens Forbidden Zone suffered heavy losses. For several eras, they did not make any moves. This was something that all living beings in the immortal realm knew. They also regarded Emperor Wu Zhong as the hero who saved the immortal realm. As for Emperor Wu Zhong, he carried the coffin and left in the end. No one knew where he went. A hero of a generation saved all living beings in the immortal realm. In the end, he was alone and had no place to speak. Now, if there were no accidents, the image that Jun Xiaoyao saw in front of him, it was the former Emperor Wu Zhong. This was a little out of Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. In the eyes of the world, Emperor Wu Zhong was a hero, a godlike existence. He had great love and universal love. He saved billions of living beings and completed the mission of the sacred body lineage. But now, what appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes? It wasn't that tall and mighty godlike hero. It was a down-and-out man lying on an ice coffin, crying hoarsely. Could emperors cry too? Jun Xiaoyao was dazed for a moment. It could be said that those who could cultivate to the level of emperors were at least complete Tao hearts, even if they were not emotionless. Any emotion could be easily controlled. This was because they had seen through many illusions in the world and pointed directly at the truth. All the 7 emotions and 6 desires could be sensed by emperor-level figures, but they could also be easily isolated or even abandoned. This was also why some supreme existences sleeping in the 9 Heavens Forbidden Zone would cause endless disasters and turmoil, because to them they had long abandoned all kinds of feelings as living beings. All that was left was the coldness of pursuing longevity and becoming an immortal. Jun Xiaoyao was looking at an emperor who was weeping in grief at the moment. This was a great emperor, not to mention that Emperor Wu Zhong had the connate sacred body Tao embryo. His true strength was definitely not as simple as that of a great emperor. The so-called endless great emperor was just a title. It didn't mean that his cultivation was limited to the great emperor level. But now, this was a supreme expert who was ranked in the ancient history of the immortal realm. But he was crying like a child. This contrast made people speechless. Jun Xiaoyao saw again. On the side, there was a stone-shaped stone. There were 2 lines of words written with blood on it. There is no return. Life and death are boundless. Chapter 1184. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood where the great Emperor Wuji had gone after the chaos ended. He carried the ice coffin with the Queen Mother of the West on his back, came to the dam, and walked towards the realm sea. But why? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. Emperor No End took the body of the Queen Mother of the West to the realm sea. Could it be that there was a way to resurrect people in the realm sea? Jun Xiaoyao thought that it should not exist. If martial monarch Wuji had really found it, there was no way he would not have shown himself until now. Especially if the Queen Mother of the West was really resurrected by Emperor No End. Then she would definitely return to the Jade Lake sacred ground to take a look, instead of letting the Jade Lake sacred ground decline. Therefore, Emperor No End had most likely failed. Looking at the 2 lines of poetry on the stone tablet, Jun Xiaoyao could not help but sigh slightly. Emperor No End was definitely the most special one among all the emperors. When one cultivated to the emperor level, one's Tao heart was harmonious. Even if one's loved ones died in front of them, it would not cause too much emotional fluctuation. And Emperor No End, even if he cultivated to the highest level, still maintained his true nature and had a sincere heart. She was crying for her lover. There is no return date. Life and death are boundless. Jun Xiaoyao read the handwriting on the stone. At this moment he was suddenly touched. A hint of pondering flashed in his eyes. Then he cupped his hands slightly to Emperor No End. He reached his hand under the stone. The soil under the stone-shaped stone was also extremely solid. After all, the rules of the Dam world were different from those of the immortal realm. It was very difficult to cause great damage here without the strength of a Tao master or above. Jun Xiaoyao also released the aura of his quasi-connate sacred body Tao embryo. The soil finally broke open. A corner of scripture appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up and he picked it up. It was a dazzling golden scroll. It looked like it was made of gold, but not gold, wood but not wood. Jun Xiaoyao opened it to take a look. The densely packed ancient characters carried an unprecedented sense of profoundness. Runes of the great Tao flowed, emitting a supreme Tao. Every word seemed to be made of metal, and they were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Most people would go blind if they saw it. This was not a scripture that ordinary people could read. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. He activated the aura of the Tao embryo of the quasi-connate sacred being and covered his eyes with the qi and blood of the sacred being. He finally saw the words clearly. Endless Imperial Sutra. Jun Xiaoyao recognized the scripture. This was the true scripture of a great emperor. It was the Void End Emperor's technique. There were also many divine abilities, cultivation techniques, array formations, Tao patterns, and Tao insights left behind by the endless heavenly monarch. More importantly, there was a cultivation method for the innate saint being's Taoist embryo. This was the most precious thing to Jun Xiaoyao. It was a priceless treasure. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had only fused with the quasi-innate sacred being Tao embryo when he had accidentally obtained the origin source of the Tao. As for how to become a true innate sacred being, Jun Xiaoyao really had no clue. At this time, the Endless Imperial Sutra of the Endless Imperial Emperor appeared extremely precious. This is too precious. The value of the Endless Imperial Sutra is not inferior to the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route. To ordinary people, the Endless Imperial Sutra is an absolute treasure. But to me, it's a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone brightly. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Perhaps even the Grand Elder who invited him to the Void Sky World would not have thought that Jun Xiaoyao could actually obtain such a thing. And why would the Endless Imperial Sutra be here? The reason was obvious. Before going to the Realm Sea, the Endless Imperial Emperor was afraid that he would not be able to return. Although he had the famous innate sacred being's Taoist embryo, the Endless Sea was also an absolute forbidden area since ancient times. Even the Endless Imperial Emperor was not confident that he could return safely from the Realm Sea. Therefore, before he left behind the essence of his life's comprehension, which was the Endless Imperial Sutra, waiting for the fated person. And in this world, who was more qualified than Jun Xiaoyao to obtain the Endless Imperial Sutra? Jun Xiaoyao put it away as if he had obtained a treasure. The complexity of the Endless Imperial Sutra was definitely not inferior to the Immortal Sutra. It required a long time to comprehend and was not something that could be comprehended overnight. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that there was actually a page of paper in the pit where the Endless Imperial Sutra was buried. Jun Xiaoyao picked it up and took a look. There was only one line of words on it. Mars appears, the forgotten land, desolation. Jun Xiaoyao read the line of words on it and felt very confused. Mars was the name of the star. The forgotten land should be a place. And what was desolation? The Endless Imperial Emperor's cultivation is very profound. It's impossible for him to leave these words for no reason. This should be a clue, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Even though the Endless Imperial Emperor's life was bleak, he truly cared about the world. Otherwise, there was no way he would have slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens before reaching the great success sacred body. After quelling the chaos, even though the Endless Imperial Emperor was disheartened, he carried the coffin into the distance. However, he should still be worried about the chaos that followed. Meanwhile, the one who could obtain the Endless Imperial Sutra was definitely a fated person. It might very well be a sacred body or an innate sacred body Tao core. The reason the Endless Imperial Emperor left behind these words was to remind his successor. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any clues for now, but he still remembered this clue in his heart. This time, Jun Xiaoyao's harvest could be considered to be great. Flawless sacred body blood, 6 Tao reincarnations immortal root, Endless Imperial Sutra. There was also the cheap little lowly Eversnow of unknown origins. It could be said that Immortal Academy's great elder really didn't lie to him. These things, not even the June family could bring out. They were too precious, something that could only be obtained through luck and opportunity. In the end, June Xiaoyao gave the man who was lying on the ice coffin a crying look. His gray hair was messy and bleak, his beard unkempt. If one didn't know better, no one would think that this was the endless imperial emperor whose name shook the endless ages. June Xiaoyao released a sigh. Even though a mortal domain didn't lack despicable people, for example, some Archean royalty. However, there was no lack of true heroes. For example, Endless Imperial Emperor, Ancient Chaos Imperial Emperor, and his father, white-clothed divine King Jun Wuhui, and others. These people were truly worthy of respect, worthy of remembering. Jun Xiaoyao solemnly clasped his hands at Wuji Emperor as a sign of respect. He obtained Endless Imperial Emperor's Endless Imperial Sutra, so he could be considered his successor. Endless Imperial Emperor's scene still didn't change. This was just an imprint left behind from the ancient times, something that continued until now. Jun Xiaoyao gave it one last look and then turned around to leave. However, what not even Jun Xiaoyao knew was, right after he left this place, Endless Imperial Emperor who was lying on the ice coffin and crying seemed to have sensed something, slightly turning his head. There is reincarnation in this world, no beginning and no end. Everything is predestined. A hoarse and low voice sounded from Endless Imperial Emperor's mouth. If Jun Xiaoyao could sense it, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. The Endless Imperial Emperor in front of him was nothing more than a Tao law and imprint left behind from the ancient times. It was impossible for him to have consciousness, let alone sense his existence, open his mouth to speak. However, everything was just this miraculous.